Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. Happy to have you back. Before we get into tonight's episode, we do have some announcements to get through, beginning with the first of our two sponsors for the evening. The first up, which is Ravensburger. Sam.
No, Matt, please do not use my secret identity, for the world only knows me as the notorious Boomerang! No? Boomerang?
Oh.
Boomerang, the orbital outlaw? The sinister stick? The aerodynamic desperado? No? Boomerang? Not ringing a bell? Cool. Anyway, this episode is sponsored by Marvel Villainous from our friends at Ravensburger. The next chapter of the Villainous game system allows players to take on the role of a Marvel villain of their choice and face off against Earth's mightiest heroes to achieve their dastardly objectives. Players can choose from Thanos, Hela, Killmonger, Ultron, Taskmaster from the upcoming Black Widow film, and of course, Boomerang isn't an option? No Boomerang? Boomerang, the spinniest supervillain of them all? No?
Spinniest?
God damn it, I'm gonna kill my agent. She said this was in the bag. I even wrote some new catchphrases. Ready?
Oh, no.
Okay, Boomer. Huh? No?
Oh.
No? How about, you rang? No?
Oh,
Okay.
It's so quiet in here.
Yeah! Of course, in real life, it would come back. I know how to use a boomerang. Anyway, the game is available now in the US and UK at bit.ly/CritRollMarvelVillainous. And, as always with Ravensburger, enter for a chance to win a copy of the game by heading over to at Ravensburger NA on Twitter, where they're giving away copies of the game right now. And remember, Boomerang will always see you around.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah.
Boomerang!
Did that boomerang have bullet holes in it?
I don't know. I was supposed to bring my boomerang from home, but I didn't. And then Max had to make one. We made it out of cardboard for Boomerang. I think he used a piece of cardboard that had been used to do painting on before.
It looked super street tough.
Yeah.
It landed cred.
Yeah.
Man, hang on to that costume, though, because we'll use it later.
Boomerang!
I'm not going to lie, it is making me miss the Tick Show, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just shouting
Deserve
your
a third
name
season.
is your
That's what
catchphrase.
villains do.
Yeah. The special
Thanos! Boomerang!
the special power to just induce endless cringe on their enemies. Then you're like, oh!
I feel guilty fighting
up,
him. It's
give
just so
up.
pathetic.
Oh.
All right, thank you, Sam. And thank you, Ravensburger. Our second sponsor tonight, our friends since the beginning of Campaign 2, D&D Beyond. So you can become a D&D Beyond subscriber if you'd like to. You can unlock new features and get most out of your D&D Beyond account through this without having to purchase everything at one big go. You get early access to tools and features like the combat tracker and create unlimited characters on your account, which is useful because I have a bunch on there that I never get to play because I'm the DM. Plus, you can share access with all your unlocked content with your party who are part of your campaigns on there as well, which is awesome. Subscribe today for as low as $2.99 a month at https://dndbeyond.link/criticalrole. And there you have it.
Nice.
As for our announcements, reminding you guys the World of Critical Role book is now available. It's now ready for purchase. It is a behind-the-scenes nonfiction guide to kind of all of this insanity that we've been stumbling through over the years with you all. It's written by the amazing Liz Marsham, and interviews from all of us are scattered throughout, from the beginning experiences all the way up to current day. There's a bunch of great pictures and odd elements of our history, even our home game, as well as behind-the-scenes looks that you don't see anywhere else. It includes introduction by Felicia Day, friend of the show and friend of ours. It features brand new illustrations by Oliver Barrett and photography by Ray Kachaturian. The audiobook is read by our very own Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. And the forward of the book is read by Felicia Day herself, who wrote it. So fantastic. If you are in the US, Canada, or the UK, you can pick up your copy right now wherever books are sold, including Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or at your local independent bookstore. The book is also available in a hardcover, like this, as well as ebook, audiobook formats, and actually they're going to show a couple more things in here.
You can show more?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Super nifty.
Here's
cool,
interior collection.
Oh, tilt it down. Yeah.
This is the inner page there, a bunch of names. Maybe you'll find yourself in there. Wow. We also have some awesome interior art.
Ooh,
Give it
cool.
to me.
Character moments there.
It'll put you right back in the campaign.
And here's a moment that some people are familiar with this campaign will recognize.
Just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Small
Just a
one.
little bit.
Put your fate in your hand. Roll that dice.
Whoops.
Roll that
I'm gonna randomly pick a page here because I can.
You can?
Oh yeah, this
You
is
can pick
cool.
any page.
He can do whatever he wants.
I can do whatever I want. It's out. And they have some artistic reinterpretations of some of the original maps when we first started streaming.
That was our first battle, right?
It's the very first battle we streamed out in Craghammer.
The little baby.
Yep. The stories and
Was
maps.
that didn't the
Little-
serpent thingy come out?
Yeah, it was.
Naga?
The
Yeah, the
Don't say
the
it. They'll
stitched
have to get
together
the book to find out.
Oh, sorry.
And you found that hidden
Yeah.
door, and I knew we were in the wrong. We were getting outclassed.
That's okay. But for more information, check out criticalrolebooks.com. Laura, you got some things to talk about.
Oh,
believe?
I do. I have to show you guys this. I don't know if you can see it.
There you go. Look, it's great.
Look at that. It's our very own Caduceus clay, made by our buddies at Steamforge. I have. Yeah, that's it. It goes with the rest of the Mighty Nein set. It was specifically made for that. I got it right. And this is available along with the Mighty Nein entire set in the US and the UK stores right now.
Nice.
Caddy.
Brilliant. All right. I believe.
It's really good, Tal. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh,
It's really
I've got one right
Okay,
here.
okay.
I'm just thinking maybe I should make some more minis. Sorry.
Yeah, I knew you were going with that.
you even.
Molly comes creeping back, and all of a sudden he's a power.
Why is Caduceus throwing himself off the side of the ship?
Yep.
No, really.
Boomerang!
No.
Are you gonna?
No.
You're gonna please stay in that the entire.
I will not stay in this! Boomerang!
Jesus.
On that note, our announcements are complete, so let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Critical Role.
The adventure begins. They were always beside you, your nerdy best friends, and the DM to guide you. And they rise from the flames for the battles ahead. Villains beware, 'cause you're about to be dead. They got magic and flair. They got falchions and cunning. They don't see over there. There's a monster incoming. Inspiration is waiting. Rise up, don't think twice. Put your fate in your hands. Take a chance, roll the dice. Can you answer the call? Digging deep in your soul as the legend unfolds. Now it's your turn to roll.
And welcome back. So, last we left off, the Mighty Nein, upon realizing that an old friend of theirs seemed to be trudging his way northward in a similar direction, you gathered your materials, you finished up your business as quickly as you could, hastened your plans underneath Lady Vestaragna, and made your journey to the northern tip of the Graying Wildlands, to the village of Palebank Village. Acquired passage on the Midnight Hammer, an icebreaker ship heading to Islecross, and began to work your way across the dangerous frozen depths that lay between there and your target location. A few days at sea have been a little rough at first go. Some unlucky rolls and some unfortunate challenges found their way your direction, including here on what I believe is the 5th day of your journey, a massive crackling ice storm began to blow its way into your path. As people on the ship began to batten down and prepare for it, Caduceus, you picked up some sort of strange clicking sound that seemed to be sourceless from the outside of the boat. There you watched as these massive crustacean-like creatures began to claw back onto the top of the ship, similar to creatures that you all have seen in the past. After having a brief skirmish with them, seemingly getting the upper hand of this, a familiar humanoid creature with a split jaw and somewhat aquatic appearance clambered up the opposite side of the ship, reached out and shattered the amber necklace that Caleb keeps carefully on his person. In doing so, the contents of it spilling out of its solidified dimensional space, including the cloven crystal, the last key to Okotoa's unleashing. In the middle of this chaos, Ford, you glance over to notice that rising over the edge of the ship is none other than Captain Avantika, paler than you recall, her chest and torso currently encased in jagged ice, her breath giving off this mist as she looks to you with cold, faintly glowing eyes and a wicked grin, her neck somewhat off-kilter, and seems to be inviting this reunion. And that's where we left off, in the middle of this struggle and fight. From the top of this combat round, we come to Beauregard.
Kick us up.
You had just found yourself charmed briefly, and then come back to wiping the influence from your eyes. However, you are still grappled and in the claws of a charmed creature who is now currently incapacitated and just clutching you in this tightened grip.
Totally strategized for this.
Does disengage? Can I disengage from grapple if I?
No, you have. It's an action to break free, and you have to roll versus its strength. It has disadvantage, though. I will say, yeah.
It has disadvantage on strength
because it's incapacitated at the moment. I'll say circumstantially right now because it can't take actions. It's just currently standing there, kind of dazzled by the hypnotic pattern that held it there. It's not as strong as it once was in the moment because it is distracted.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. So, wait, it's contested strength roll?
Correct.
Saving throw or?
No, just a strength check.
Straight roll.
No.
10 strength.
Okay.
You can do it.
Ah!
Oh, cocked. Okay.
4.
Ooh.
You are unable to break free from its grasp. As you try and pull your way out, it's just too tightly wrapped around your torso. You feel the jagged edges of the claw kind of grind into the flesh and hurt just a bit. You're not going to get out.
So incapacitated doesn't mean they let go of everything. And
no, it depends on... Incapacitated
bowels.
technically means they do not have actions or bonus actions. They can't do anything. Based on they're not asleep. They're just currently dazed by the spell.
State they were
That
in.
wasn't a save throw, was it?
No.
No.
Okay.
I'd like to think they do lose control of their bowels, though.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, we'll go with that.
Scat all over the
A terrifying smell of crustacean shit now it completely fills the side of the boat.
How do crustaceans poop? Is it like long strings like fish, or is it?
It's pretty liquid. It's pretty
Yeah.
liquid. Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. The more you know. Beauregard, what you doing?
I guess if I'm stuck here, I might as well punch it in the face.
Well, use your action to break through.
I can do bonus
So you
action.
can do bonus action for a hit.
blows.
You can't do flurry of blows because I believe you have to use your action as part of an attack action. But you can get.
But I can do an extra attack? Can I do an extra attack?
He pushed her with the lower lip.
I'll allow it. Go for it. You can make one attack.
So it does have to be a standard attack, or can I do my
First, get out of there.
That's
my
an action.
belabor?
That's an action.
That's an action.
This, believe it or not, there are some circumstances where a monk
Use
can't
an
do everything.
action.
Wow.
This is the
They're
one
rare.
we found.
They're rare. I found it.
Found it.
So wait, are you saying I can just attack?
You get one punch.
I punch it.
Punch.
Wake it up.
One punch. Whoa.
Whoa, that was a weird roll.
Yeah, it was. But it was a 17, so I'm going to take it for 27.
27 hits?
Yeah.
Saddest hit.
Cock. I had such a... Oh, man. 7.
7 points of damage.
Stunning strike!
All right.
I can do that.
She's happy
Can.
again.
That is 17.
Take your D4.
Damn it! Wait,
Take
what?
your D4.
Oh, minus D4 because it is.
Oh, he's big.
Oh, there you go.
baby.
15.
Stunned!
Stun.
Yes.
Fucker.
So he. Not you. Stun,
Not
fucker.
you.
So,
In that, can I say, in that moment before he was stunned, as she punched him, did he move at all?
No.
Damn it.
So he's no longer charmed as you punched the charm out of him. So. And now it's the impact, this kind of delayed reaction as you slam it right in an area where the metal plates hit, or the hard crustacean plates hit, and it seems to have sent a shock through his nervous system, and he's currently trying to recalibrate.
does that cancel his grapple?
No, he's still holding on to you.
It's just the tendons are all locked up.
Yeah, incapacitated.
It's okay. It's like you got a
Can't take
barbarian in there or
actions
something.
or reactions is technically what it means. But you still have to break free.
Veth, where are you on the ship?
I'm towards
Damn it.
the bow,
that finish?
the stern. The
That
stern.
finishes Bo's turn?
Yep.
All right, Ford, you're up. Yasha, you're on deck.
Shit, fuck, balls,
Didn't
anus.
go as well, sorry.
Okay, I will respond by seeing my dead ex, just pop up on the ship. She's on the ship. Is she on the railing, or did she like hop over and both feet on the deck?
She's like up on the edge of the railing and attempted to try and chuck you off the side, and then when you resisted, she just kind of stays there, kind of starts stepping over the edge and is drawing both the rapier and the dagger that she's holding out to the edges.
God, I really just want to Spartan kick her off the boat.
If you want to.
Run.
That's an action, though.
And if you miss, you'll look real dumb.
Yeah. And my strength ain't the best.
That sounds win-win to me. I'd go for it.
Over
Don't
the
you
edge.
have like the Eldritch Blast that blasts people back or something? No.
No, I didn't take that. With my bonus action, I'm going to cast Hexblade's Curse at Avantika.
Okay, you got it.
Nice.
Oh, Hicks.
Blade's curse.
We'll say she is currently cursed by you.
Okay. I am going to move directly over the cloven crystal. I'll use my 30 feet to run to where it lies on the deck.
Okay, you're going to run this way?
Uh-huh.
All right, 5, 10. She gets an attack of opportunity against you. Mm-hmm. She will take with her rapier.
Hang on the side of the boat.
It's a 21 to hit.
Hits. Is there any bane on her? There's not.
No.
Bane doesn't help the attack rolls, unfortunately.
Actually,
It's saving.
not that she's baned, but
Right, I believe Bane is saving throws.
attack rolls.
Oh, and attack rolls as well. You're right.
But she's not baned.
Oh, but she's not. You're right.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. However, that is
She knew.
16 points of piercing damage.
Hold on. I'm going to roll a d6 because she's been Hexblade cursed, and with my armor of hexes, if I roll a 4 or higher, she misses.
Yeah, she does with her 6.
Does.
Yep.
5.
So swings with the rapier, and the kind of dark shadows that currently swirl around her torso reach out and grab her arm and pull it just wide out of the way, and it swings past your body as you rush over.
Whoa.
That's titties.
Standing over the cloven crystal, like with it between my feet, I'm going to use my...
Just sit down.
I'm going to put it in my butt. Get back in me, cloven crystal.
What you doing?
Out one flapper trapper and the other. I am going to...
Habits die hard.
Gone from.
I'm going to use my action to use my channel divinity. I'm going to create marine layer,
Okay.
which is I'm going to channel the sea to create a thick cloud of fog that surrounds you and heavily obscures the area for 20 feet in all directions. Follows me as I move. You and any other creatures you choose within 5 feet of you can see through the fog and suffer no penalties from being within it. This fog lasts for 10 minutes spreads around corners, and cannot be dispersed.
Sorry, did you just say that you and your allies can see through the fog?
Yes.
If they're
Amazing.
right next to him.
Oh, so if we wander into it, we won't be able to see until we get next to Ford.
Correct.
Okay.
So all of you who are looking in that direction, you watch as Ford rushes over down to where the crystal is, grabs the sword, and then suddenly, apparating from around him, this heavy fog just fills the center of this ship, and you have no idea. You can't see across the ship. You can't see where Ford is. You just lost visibility on half the ship.
I just go.
There you go. That's his battle cry whenever he uses that feature. No, that's my battle cry.
Okay.
Don't step.
That's the end of that.
Okay, that's the end of Ford's turn.
Yeah.
Got it. Yasha, you're up.
Okay, so since I see that Bo is grappled, I'm going to try and cut off the pincer from the lobstrosity.
Okay.
So just gonna turn and try to start hacking away.
hacking at the one that Gret's currently holding on to Beauregard?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Go
try to
for it.
hack away at that arm.
All right, so you got your 2 attacks on that.
So, 17.
17 hits.
Okay. Let me get some dice. I'm going to do a Savage Attacker because that was kind of low. Much better. Well, 32.
32 points of damage.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah.
Alrighty, first strike as you swing wide with the blade, carve through the heavy chunk of its body. You watch as part of the armor that kind of blocks the part of the face is now carved in two, and this kind of like dark purple viscera is now hanging out and bleeding as its clicking sound has now become this warbling. It's in pain.
All right, let's see if we can do a little more.
Are you rolling with advantage?
No.
Stunned.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that would be a 23.
Yeah.
That hits. Second strike.
So 25 for the second hit.
25 points of damage.
25 points of damage.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well done. Let's go.
2 times through. This creature's looking pretty dang hurt. It's still currently standing upright, though it is stunned from your strike. It's not long for this world if this were to continue, but it is still holding on to Beauregard best it can.
Okay, so then as my bonus action, I would like to use Zealous Presence and let out a battle cry,
Okay.
which gives 10 other creatures in 60 feet advantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Attacks and saving throws?
Attacks and saving throws.
Name this feature again. So
Till
we
my
can
next turn.
fall in love with it.
Everybody except for Jester.
Name this feature.
Jester, you were
Zealous
just outside
Presence.
range, unfortunately.
She's done it like once or twice before.
Oh no!
It's my fault. I should have been closer to you.
No. Wait, no, aren't you up on
My
the
duplicate is next to you.
Duplicate's next to you, but
My
she is not.
duplicate feels really invigorating.
That's true. That's true.
60 feet?
That's huge.
Who else is within 60 feet?
Everybody except Jester.
Me too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's huge.
That's magical.
I feel like I've used it before.
You've used it before, yeah.
One other.
Okay,
Once,
yeah, I feel like
once, maybe twice.
So for one round, until Yasha's
for
next turn.
round. Till my next turn.
Okay.
All right, so that finishes your go, Yasha.
That finishes my go.
Everybody
Okay.
punch somebody.
You got it.
Even the wizard.
It is now Avantika's turn.
After Yasha?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she goes with the creatures.
Well, she's going before them actually.
Okay.
Okay.
In her initiative order. So after watching Ford rush off, she watches the fog emerge and kind of cocks her head a little bit. Very interesting. And it's going to go ahead and dart into the fog. Is going to rush past you. And is going to make an investigation check with disadvantage because of the fog that's in the space.
Okay.
Did you pick it up or did you just?
No, I just
You
stood up.
fogged it.
Yeah.
6 things.
She actually rolled pretty well. Okay. She. And you can see this. She kind of passes by you and vaguely sees your shadow, even though you're heavily obscured at that point, and she just darts to the ground and starts rummaging through the elements of loose fireworks. But since the ball rolled this far, it's almost solitary there on the center of the ground, and it gives off its own kind of faint, soft yellow glow, almost in the proximity of Avantika. And she reaches down and grabs it with one hand, kind of putting the dagger away, and with the rapier in her other hand, she stands up. Now that's all of her movement. But she currently has the crystal in her possession and kind of learns.
She's in fog, so we did not see her pick it up.
Outside the fog can't see her, only Ford sees her.
All you saw was her vanish into the fog after Ford.
Does Caduceus sees her though, yeah?
No, Caduceus can't see anything. Caduceus right now, suddenly you have no visibility. You are lost in fog and everything around you just went fucking...
The last thing I saw was Ford do a thing.
Yeah. It's a problem. It doesn't feel oppressive. It just feels a problem.
Yeah.
And I have a question, DM. Everyone on this side of the ship, once this fog's up, wouldn't have been able to see her enter into it either, right? Like, isn't...
Correct. Everyone on this side has no idea what's transpired at this point. Only probably Yasha and Bo would have any idea.
Where she went.
But you guys are also a little distracted, so most of you would have seen her just dart into the fog, and that's it.
I have a question. Can I see above the fog? Since was up on the stairs,
The fog is 20 feet in a full, radius.
Okay.
So, no, you cannot see the other side of the ship. That finishes Avantika's turn. Crawling up onto this side of the ship of her, you see this weird, almost toad-like demon creature that kind of it has this kind of faint pulsing glow to it, like it has runes on its chest, some sort of, which you can make an Arcana check.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's high. That is 26.
26.
Yeah.
You acknowledge this here as a, that's the wrong one. You acknowledge this as usually the effects that are given off by a creature that has been summoned.
Okay.
It is being held here for a time by some sort of magic.
Okay.
But it comes up at the side here and darts over to you right as you recognize this. It kind of goes in your direction with these large extended claws out on both sides of its hands. It's going to go ahead and come over you for one strike here.
Oh my god.
That is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, hits.
Hits, all right. You take 11 points of slashing damage. It's going to go ahead and attack again. 22 again.
Yeah, hits.
Shitty rolls. 10 points of slashing damage. And then one more time, it's going to go ahead and... That's cocked, actually.
You've got your stone.
Wow,
right?
that's 17 points. 17 to hit.
Hits.
Hits? Okay.
Yeah.
You then take... There it is. Okay. 15 points of slashing damage. And then after it's like... It vanishes.
What?
It's like a blink monster?
It's going to go ahead and appear right behind Jester on the staircase. And you feel these feet hit the wood behind you as you kind of glance over, and the thing you just saw assault Caleb is now behind you. Its tongue kind of dangling out over this jagged row of teeth in the bottom jaw.
Starting to think those lobsters were not our biggest foe.
That finishes
Just a
its
pain
go.
in the ass.
And then
Oh no, more things.
Jesus.
another one of these
Oh, this is a
crustacean
big fight.
creatures crawls up on the opposite end,
Right, I want to go long. The other last
Oh
game.
boy.
jumps down into the center of the ship.
Why is it big? Wait, is it bigger or is it just the angle on the
The
camera?
angle looks bigger. It's the same as the others.
Guys, oh my god, they're huge!
Does it have kosher salt all over it?
Why is it so
I like to make sure my minis are properly treated.
Sure.
When a spider crawls in front of your nest cam, you're like, yeah, this big. Yeah.
salt?
It is going.
Yes.
It's going to go ahead and make.
that would be sea salt. That makes much more sense.
Yeah, that was massive. It looks huge.
Oh man.
Because I forgot, Yasha, make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh, okay.
Beth is like, it's right behind me, isn't it? It's right behind me.
You can feel the breath.
Yeah. Oh god.
17.
Okay,
Oh wait,
you're
I
fine.
can roll again.
You're fine.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
good. Yeah, something I forgot last time since we were at the end of the game, but the narrative is maintained.
Okay.
Veth, you hear as you kind of look over your shoulder, you see the creature right there bearing down on you, and it begins swiping at you both with its
Yikes.
pincers. The first one is 19 to hit.
Hits.
All right.
No.
You take
5, 9, 2 ideas. That was the wrong one.
15 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
I'll uncanny dodge, I guess. To reduce it to 7, 8 points.
Okay.
8 points? 8 points.
And it's going to use its tentacles for its second attack. Well, actually, you can do both because you are grappled by it now. The second strike is coming at you. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Sure.
That one deals 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sure.
And what you notice as it grabs you with the claw, and you're currently grappled in its grip by it. You're pulled in, and underneath its armor, you watch as dozens of these tiny little tentacles kind of unroll out and begin to wrap and stick to you like tiny little leeches. And as it does, it begins to pump poison into your body. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
My constitution is not very high. 17.
17. You managed to resist the poison. You are fine.
Hey, DM.
Yes?
You and I both forgot, even though I called it out at the top of the game, I have mirror image up. So I have to roll 3 times for each of those attacks to see if they hit. And if it's 6 or higher, it's the first one. First one's a natural 20, so it hits a dupe.
Okay, so that's 1 dupe down.
Second one is a 4, so it hits me.
Okay, so the first hit did not go through.
Right, second one did. Mm-hmm. And the third one, it must be an 8 or higher, was a 9.
All right, so only the middle attack hit. So go ahead and
hit.
mark off your damage in the first and third, which I did not recall.
Right. I'll put 2/3 back. I
Sure,
guess.
we'll go with that.
Yep.
But you have 1 duplicate left. Mm-hmm. You got it. All right, that finishes their turn. Veth, you're up. Caleb, you're on deck.
I'm grappled?
You are grappled currently.
Does that mean I cannot complete
You can't move, but you can.
somatic portions of a spell or the what's the VSM?
No, you can.
I always
You can.
fucking forget.
All that grappled means is you cannot. Your speed is 0 until you break out of the grapple.
But you can still do
You
action.
can still do spells and actions and attacks and stuff.
Oh, so I can shoot. I can shoot
Yeah.
this fucker if I wanted to.
Correct.
I don't want to. Even though I'm grappled, I'm going to hold my action until I see Avantika.
Okay.
I think I will hold Phantasmal Force.
Okay. You got it. All right. So you will hold on to that. Cool. That brings us to Caleb. Jester, you're on deck.
Okay, I've never done this before, but as part of my movement, I'm going to use the Storm Rider boots and use 90 feet of movement to fly on an angle curving around the lobster. I'm going to strafe the mage fishman up at the top and then curve back. And
Back over here, you mean?
I'm going to go in a big curve, so I want to zap the lobster and I want to zap the mage, but then double back around and float over the top of the fog by about 30 or 40 feet.
Okay, so you wanted to zoom up here and buzz all 3 of them?
Nope.
Or this way? 'Cause you have 90 feet of movement, so you can go and then this way, you mean?
That's right. So I'm going to get 2 of them, not 3 of them. Lobster Man, dude at the top, and then float on top, and then as my action, I'm going to cast Fly.
Okay, good call.
30
Before we
feet
get to
up
that, there are 2 attacks of opportunity on you.
That's right, at disadvantage.
A disadvantage,
And
exactly.
they take damage regardless.
Yes, so go ahead and roll damage for them. Just roll once and they'll both take it.
Bonus action, dash.
They take
Bonus
9 points of lightning damage each.
Nice. So as you activate the boots, there's this giant spark of energy right beneath where your knees are. As you take off like an Iron Man suit, you watch as the blast back shocks the crustacean. You spin around and arc off beyond the fishman mage up top, who gets hit and is going to try and swing for you too. The crustacean, 2 strikes against you is 14 to hit, which I think misses. And the other guy is going to swing with his sword. No, that's a 10. Sorry, that's a 14, but still misses you. All right, and so you arc over and you cast fly. So you are now flying up in the air over where this fog is, essentially.
Yeah.
We'll say up in this space. Alrighty. And so you are now flying, you are concentrating.
Yeah.
There you go. Finishing Caleb's turn. Jester, you're up. Caduceus, you're on deck.
Mage?
No, Jester's up.
That mage went after Caduceus.
Everything's messed up. Everything's messed up. Everything's concentration that I have. I'm freaking out.
It's challenging.
Okay.
Spellcasters.
Okay. I know right away for my bonus action, I'm just going to use my spiritual weapon that I have up.
No.
And I'm going to hit the stunned one that's holding bow.
Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Okay.
We'll roll attack on that and then damage.
Is that my husband? With magic sequins?
Yeah.
That's
Oh, jeez.
beautiful.
Jeez.
Suddenly another crap.
Hard to tell, but I think it's you as a doctor.
Yeah, that was one of my old shitty headshots. People are like, you need to make character headshots. And I'm like, all right.
Okay. Okay, roll an attack.
Or a BTS shirt.
Yes.
I
With
couldn't tell from here.
Yes, because it is stunned.
Unstoppable.
19.
19. That definitely
Is
hits.
that it?
Yep.
Yeah. 2d8. I have all these dice and I don't know which ones are which. I'm freaking out. Where's my 8? There they are. Okay.
So cool.
She's gonna jump over the
Plus
fucking
5.
edge.
13 plus 5 is 18.
Of course, I don't know
points of
that.
damage.
How much is it?
18 points
18
of damage
points of
with my serrated lollipop.
3 other ideas. I just threw them out.
I know.
Great.
Feel responsible.
So do I.
For fucking
All right.
First right here.
That guy's hurt real bad. He's barely hanging on and is like,
Okay.
Is this the sun guy?
yes.
And
The other guy's no longer stunned.
Chester, that's me for my thing I'm going to do.
He's still shot.
Your chest.
I'm Jester. I'm going to cast.
Yes. You're going to cast.
I'm gonna say it. Hold on. This is everybody. It doesn't save against my own people, so I don't like that. Okay, so am I surrounded? Can I move?
You are
Am I-
currently, you have a giant crustacean to the right of you. You have this other weird demon creature to the back of you, and you have Veth currently grappled to the front of you, as well as one of the crewmen who is trying to arm and put a bolt up into one of these ballista and is just freaking out. Like, ah! Ah!
We're running. It's bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the
I'm going to cast.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Insect Plague at 5th level.
What about wreck
Okay.
undead girlfriends?
So that's a 20-foot sphere around me.
Okay.
Maybe just mend those fences for it.
Oh yeah, just match it up.
Yeah.
Love it, a silver tongue kick. You're
Right there. Switch to persuasion.
I've thought about you every day since you got your head turned around 180 degrees.
All right.
No, I'm
Laura.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm
It's
sorry.
okay, it's okay.
I'm
It's okay.
freaking out.
It's okay.
Okay, I take it back. I'm gonna cast Dawn instead. Dawn, which is basically the same thing, but it's a different type of damage. So I'm gonna cast Dawn, which is a 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder of
30
bright
foot
light.
That's even bigger. I don't have a template for that.
Each creature in it must make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution.
About so.
So 30-foot radius. So yeah, that'll be
Each enemy creature or each creature?
each creature.
Each creature, but I choose the location.
Correct. Where are you putting it? Within 60 feet of you.
Pretty crowded deck.
It is a pretty crowded deck.
Deck of many things. Really.
Is this a bad move, you guys?
We're all mad.
Just so you know,
Yeah.
you can only let it hit anything over here because you have no visibility to see across the ship right now.
Yeah.
So, where do you want it to land?
It's my fault, so, we're all in this
In
together.
front of.
You're having a Keyleth moment. I'm so proud of you.
Right. In front of the.
Thanks, Ford.
The door in front of the door. So it hits. Is it gonna hit me?
Where are you casting?
Cast haste on Laura.
Okay, I changed my mind again. Spiritual Guardians. And then I swear, Matt, this is the last thing. I'm gonna do Spiritual Guardians.
Spiritual Guardians, okay.
But I'm gonna cast it at 5th level.
Okay.
So many different props.
I know.
Just scrolls through his spells. It's like
15 feet.
So 15 feet?
15 foot radius.
No, not that. No.
Okay, so this is a 15 feet radius around me.
Disco.
I'm just trying to see how many circles you have.
Apparently, yeah, we're going through. There we go.
Okay, so these only attack creatures that I choose,
Correct.
that are within 15 feet of me.
But I'm gonna choose everybody.
I'm gonna choose every motherfucker on this boat. Okay, so that is 5d8 radiant damage.
For those who fail their wisdom save, right?
It's a wisdom save, but it's a concentration, which means I lose my duplicate
You do.
on the other side.
Also, Matt, I think as soon as I started to hold a spell, do I lose concentration on the other spell?
You do, yes.
So they're no longer encumbered, the lobster people.
Oh, that's right. They're no longer charmed.
Charmed.
They are still baned. But they're no longer charmed. Okay. You got it.
Bane's gonna drop.
So,
Affected creatures are halved in the area,
right, their speed is halved.
and when they start their turn there, they have to make a save.
Gotcha.
Or when they enter.
Yes.
Which technically, when you cast it, is that entering the area?
No, it's
Okay.
entering is when they're actually stepping into the space or at the start of their turn.
Start of their turn.
Pardon me. All right, does that finish your turn? Okay, finish the gestures, go. Caduceus, you're up.
It was a good plan.
It was.
Or that was a good move.
We are all
and to celebrate it.
We're shitting our pants.
Okay.
There we go.
Everybody's.
So
Lands out the window.
I'm going to cast Spiritual Guardian at 4th level. Because
Okay.
that was what I was.
How many circles you got, Matt?
Got another
How
circle.
many you got?
Yeah.
Thing's gonna look like the fucking Olympics soon.
Yeah.
All right,
We
Caduceus.
all thought this was a randomly.
Bane is gone.
Right.
And I'm going to walk towards where I saw Ford. Because my whole plan was to give him some coverage with a big.
Caduceus, yours looks like it's glowing.
It is.
Remember when the Olympics existed?
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope. So I was going to walk, not even run. I was just going to take my gentle time making my way to where I thought Ford was.
Where do you think Ford is?
What?
Yeah.
Make him a way 2 foot.
Old concept.
Walking
Yeah,
slow.
yeah. Old magic.
Make him a way 2
Old
foot.
man.
So you walk up into this space there, and you
Yeah.
kind of, now you can see Ford and you can see Avante.
Hey, oh God.
And they both see lots of beetles.
Yes. Now within the fog, there's just this swirling cloud of celestial beetles that are just gathering around
So wait,
Caduceus.
What do the beetles mean? What happens if we walk into the beetles?
Nothing. You're fine.
We thought this was a randomly
It's only
rolled-
enemies that get hurt by the beetles and by the dick unicorns.
Thought this was
Okay.
off a
Flag.
table. One of you are just like, wait, you rolled a 2, so that means I've got this.
There's a
Average
1 in
battle
10
prep.
chance this encounter was going to happen.
1 in 10?
Yeah.
You rolled the 1!
Boy,
Oh, wow.
he knew. Travis knew. He wanted this.
Deep down, yeah.
Okay, so Caduceus, you've used your action. You moved in there. You bump into like Ford, and Ford, you can see like all of a sudden the beetles are scattering in the space. They're not hurting you. And right as Avantika stands up, the kind of the crystal in one hand, beginning to tuck it into her side pouch, Caduceus approaches too, and the beetles can just swim around her. She's like looking
Oh, boy.
around, eyes kind of glowing through the fog a little bit.
So you have eyes on her.
Yeah,
You do now.
I do now. Oh boy.
All right, that finishes your turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
All right, that crew guy over there, who's currently trying to arm that ballista, can't see what he's doing now because the fog has filled the space, so he's going to take another turn to try and fiddle with it. This guy over here, who's been freaking out, is going to finish loading the ballista with a heavy bolt, but that's his action to do so. That finishes the crew's go. Now it comes to the other mage.
Other mage.
Yeah, the guy up
guy
by
on
the captain's
the back.
wheel.
Oh God, I totally forgot about them.
Yeah, this is rough.
Yeah,
Hate the water.
You have everyone has an advantage on a saving throw, by the way. I should keep reminding people of that.
Everybody?
Except for you.
Because of Yasha's battle cry
because of-
and attacks.
Attack and saves.
Attacks and saves.
That's important.
I have a
Where's the
funny
mage?
On the back.
By the it's by the wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same mage again?
Mage?
Similar
Mage?
similar type of physicality, but a different individual. If that's
This
your
guy has a mustache.
yes,
A mage?
big old.
Mage? Mage? Mage.
He is going to go ahead and
Uncultured.
I would like to rage.
Rajay.
1 in 10.
I know.
1 in 10!
On Monkey Wrench? No. Where's Chris Lockey when you need him?
My apologies here as I'm figuring out.
No, our apologies. Why are you
kidding me?
apologizing?
Are you kidding me, Matt? I took 20 minutes on my turn.
Your turns. You did 4 of them.
Yeah.
Action, bonus action, movement.
Ronan went to college.
Mother, I'm a doctor now.
Why are you British, Ronan?
We should give Matt the heat. What are you doing, Matt?
Just kidding. Yeah.
That'll work well. It's going to go ahead and cast Witch Bolt at you because everyone else is currently surrounded and clustered, and you just like ran up and you're floating in the middle of the air, kind of over the space, looking down. Like recognizes like, and is going to go ahead and cast Witch Bolt at 5th level.
Game
That's
recognizes
the
game.
attack roll, right?
It is.
Okay, so it gotta hit me.
It does, yes.
Oh, that's a 1.
You have advantage.
Hits. Not for this. Not for that spell.
On
That's-
save.
What'd you
oh,
roll over there?
That's right.
A 1 for hitting. Oh, well, you didn't even roll to hit.
Well, right, but that'll be the roll when it gets
That'll be the
there.
roll.
Natural 20. Ooh. I'm not even joking.
I'll take
1
it.
and 20.
That's fucked on Witch Bolt because it's one of the with attack rolls and spells you crit.
Bring it.
That's 5d12
Woo!
doubled.
Doubled.
Look out, y'all. I'm
Bolt
coming.
is a D12?
We're about to
Level.
watch
It's a
Caleb
d12
plummet from the
and then it's
sky.
5th level, so it's one d12 every level thereafter.
Just that should be around 60 points. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
You'll be okay.
Ready on that fucking heal spell, because
How high up are you?
That's doubled.
I said 30 feet up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have counterspell, but I was like, I know this guy can do worse. I'm going to save it.
Can you you can't
Oh, it's
cancel
not
that crit?
He's got to save it in.
You can see. You can see through the fog.
Can I?
No.
Yeah, he can. You can see
You
through
can-
the fog because he's next to Ford.
Actually, you can see, yeah. How far?
Am I close enough? I feel like.
What's the range on it?
I'm 30 feet above deck, which is what I asked for.
I believe this. It's.
You have to be within 30 feet.
I believe it's 30 feet.
Yeah, so you would not. Fuck. That is 64 points of.
Isn't his hand 8 feet above deck? I'll take it. Great. How much was it?
64.
64.
When I'm 64.
Still flying.
All right. So 64 points of. This would be lightning damage.
Ouch.
As go ahead and roll a concentration check. Anything less of a 20 on your advantage will cause you to lose concentration on
Anything
fly.
less of a 20?
Correct.
For a con, but
Like total 20?
Yeah, because it's half damage, so you have to beat a 32.
Like your t-shirt. Do it for the pong.
11, 4, 5, 9 is 20.
No, I mean a natural 20.
Oh, a natural 20.
Yeah, sorry. The
What's the total?
32 is what you have to beat.
Oh, because of how much damage
Yeah.
it was. This is the first con. Yep. Gone. Down I go.
Oh, shit.
You lose concentration and
Oh,
plummet
fly
30
goes
feet.
away?
Yeah.
He lost concentration.
No.
I'll cast Featherfall though as I'm falling.
Okay, as a reaction, which you can totally do. So you do not take fall damage. You drift down into the fog and now have no visibility. You land safely and don't take any additional fall damage, but as you touch down, you are surrounded in thick white sea fog and have no idea where other folks are.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
It's
It's
not
cool.
a good fight.
Going exactly how I thought it was.
We had so many good plans.
Shift over there.
Oh, man.
The captain's gonna go ahead and take a swing with his fist.
Captain Ken.
Clock that motherfucker.
That does it.
Yeah!
Takes 4 points of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did it
Ken.
happen?
Liard.
Fuck you, Maj.
Alrighty. Beauregard, it's your turn.
Oh shit! Okay.
Please get over here. Please get over here. Please get over here.
Okay. I'm still grappled by douche lobster.
Wait, no, I thought that Yasha cut off his hand.
He's almost dead. He's just not quite.
She was aiming for the claw.
I think
If you beat him enough, you can just walk away.
I think I added an extra 7 by accident. I on the second hit.
Oh yeah, the first hit's the one that is. Oh, he got.
Yes, I mistake.
So he's got extra 7 points.
But I still have an advantage on attack rolls,
You do. He's still stunned until the end of your turn.
and he's still stunned into the end of my turn.
Correct.
Is he still
What's
stunned
this-
until the end of her turn?
He's actually still stunned. Still stunned.
What?
Still stunned.
Still done.
Still stunned.
Still stunned.
What do I do here?
Gotta figure out what the fuck I'm doing next. I know it's gonna change.
Need that set.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I had all these things planned, and it is all.
I'm just gonna try and I'm gonna beat this guy's face and try and kill him so I can go away.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Pop. Oh my god.
You have advantage on these hits because he's stunned. Don't forget.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Well, that first roll will be the first attack.
Right. And then
But you also
Just do them
have
all at
on attack
once.
rolls.
It's the best.
right.
Advantage on
These
attack rolls.
are all rough. 14 for the first one,
14 misses.
16 for the second one.
Just barely hits.
That's with advantage on both of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shit. Come on.
The first strike is you're just like.
I rolled 2 4s on the
Smacking.
first attack and a 2 and a 6 on the second one.
That sucks. Impacting against its outer shell, it's still resisting,
Don't-
but you do
no.
manage to push through with the next strike.
Wait, with my belaborer. 14, that's actually, sorry, plus 10, I was adding plus 10. It's actually a 16 on the first attack and a 18 on the second one.
Then both would hit.
Because it's a plus 12 with the belaborer.
There you
That's
go.
my bad. I am really sorry.
That's okay. They both hit that.
Thank you.
No worries.
Why are you so good at Dungeons & Dragons?
So the first hit,
Okay, the first hit is 13 damage.
13 damage, alrighty.
Let's kill this motherfucker.
All right.
Oh my god.
Your second hit,
And right? Yes. And then the second hit is 12 damage.
12 damage. The first strike is you punk it in the middle of the face. You watch it kind of. It pulls back and begins to gurgle a bit, and you see where the armor that normally protects the part of the head is now kind of caved in and exposed. And with the second strike, you take the staff and jam it in like a utensil, like you're carving the flesh out of a lobster claw. And as you put it inside, it immediately drops, releasing you.
Let's go.
Thank God. Okay.
You guys, we're winning this fight.
Oh my God.
It's all turning around.
One of
turning
8
around.
enemies down.
Fuck.
We killed a pawn, you guys.
You did it.
How many player characters?
Okay. Step of the wind. Step of the wind.
Okay.
So I can disengage, and I'm gonna go into the fog where I know that Ford and Avantika are, and that's as far as I know.
Okay, you rush in, and the first thing you bump into is Avantika. Because you're not quite sure where anybody is, and at the direction that you're traveling from the staircase, you kind of like poof, run into her. And
Cinematically, that's super cool. In reality, oh shit. Okay. So that was my bonus action. Bonus action.
Oh, you're
you're good.
I moved and that's it.
Awkward meat.
That's good.
You have more movement if you want to try
She
and.
tries to leave
Yeah.
and you can hit her. She stays.
Keep her.
Oh, that's true. That's
Rooted to
true.
the spot, yeah.
That's what we- that's what I needed.
That's all I got. That's all I
Nobody
got.
can see
No, that's gold.
in.
So I'm just gonna look at her and go, sup? And then that's it.
Okay,
Okay.
that finishes your go. Ford, you're up.
Well, nothing like following one bad decision with another one, right?
Yes.
Do it.
I am going to cast command at
Yeah.
5th level and
Okay.
say the word drop.
Okay.
Because the target drops whatever it is holding and then ends its turn
That's a great move.
with a wisdom save of
Yeah.
18.
Well, yeah, 5th level, you can target other creatures technically within 60 feet.
Ooh.
60 feet.
Yes. Because the higher level doesn't make it harder for them, it just has more targets.
It's that mage with
The lobster's still holding
lobster.
Veth?
The mage is not, but the lobster that's holding on to...
Lobster's holding Veth.
Yeah, that one, yeah. Lobster holding
Okay.
breath.
So, we'll roll for the lobster first.
Do they need to understand or anything, or does it just work?
I think it's just
It magically, the command goes through to their mind. That is a 16. What's the spell DC?
For Avantika?
No, for the lobster.
It's 18 wisdom.
Oh yeah, so totally. He drops you, you are no longer grappled.
Yay!
What?
Monica. Her wisdom's higher, I think, than the lobster.
Alrighty.
I'm dying inside. I'm dying.
Montica. With the wisdom bonus is a 16. So, as she's putting the orb into her pocket, turns and looks over at Beauregard being bumped into, and then hears you just shout at her, drop it. And as she does, kind of like the eyes glaze over for a second, and the orb just begins to roll from her feet.
Where is it? Is it rolling to under both feet?
It's just right,
It's okay.
right in front of her. So technically, it's in the same space as her.
You still have enough to grab it.
Well, that's your action is casting the spell.
Yeah, that
Bonus
yeah.
action.
Action.
My bone. I want to stay. Is it? It's like right under her feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm right there, and Bo's right on the other side. We're making a Avantika sandwich,
Okay.
right? Is that where we currently are? If that's not the case, I would like to make.
You're not at the moment. If you want to try and squeeze past, you can to be
Flanker.
full flanking.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
her.
that thing.
Okay. All right.
I almost pulled my thumb out of socket.
Don't do that.
It's all right. It usually goes back in.
There you go. Al, the fog does move with you. So there we go. All right, that finishes your turn.
I think so. I think I chewed on the.
Did you take a bonus action?
Bonus action to pick
I don't
it up.
have.
Can you grab it with a bonus action?
No.
Here.
I don't think so.
He investigated and he was able to grab it,
That was
That was her
That was her
action.
action to do that.
but she isn't investigating an action?
Yeah, that was her action.
That was
though,
her.
and
She
my
used her
was
action to
the
look
spell.
for it.
And then she grabbed it.
Yes, she did.
But
So
she's
you
blind
used your
and he's
action to
not.
cast a spell, so then you could grab it with your bonus action.
That was scrabbling and well.
Her action
No.
was looking for it,
Yeah.
and when she succeeded,
Yeah.
so she found it.
So
Like,
the
that's
difference
part of
is
the
whether or
thing.
not it's because she's blind versus you who are not. Whether or not it's a
Correct. I would say.
interesting differential. Because oh my
Well,
god,
there is.
yeah, she spends her
the-
action to pick it up again.
Yeah, we can
Use
see.
object,
She can't.
pick up stuff.
Now it just goes, and it's just cloud.
Yeah.
I just needed sentry.
Yeah. So like picking up a weapon, picking up an object can be considered part of an action generally if it's on the ground, because you do not have a challenge to see this. As part of the action, I will allow you to pick it up if you want.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I will pick it up.
Because it would be the equivalent of like picking up a dropped weapon that's in your space, which you can do as part of an attack action or another action. Because you are not encumbered by the sight within the fog, you can do that.
What? No, that's, I'll just pick it up.
That's an action.
Lick it.
Fair enough.
That's yours.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
So you now have the cloven crystal in your grasp. That ends your turn forward. Yasha, you're up.
God, I don't know if I would like jump in since you guys left. Stay here and. Okay, I'll keep fighting these things because we're gonna have to fight them at some point or another. Okay, so I'm going to take an attack on lobster number 1.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay, go for it. He's the one who still has you grappled, so he's the one that's right in front of you.
Right. That would be 15. That
15?
doesn't hit, right?
Does not hit.
Did you take? Oh, is it? Does that?
You still have advantage on your attacks.
Even though it ends.
It's the ends at the end of your next turn, so you're still affected by your ability.
That's worse. Okay, so second attack. God damn it. That is 14.
It has. You still have advantage.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh yeah, that hits. Okay. That's 27.
27 does hit. There you go.
There's a lot happening.
Yeah, it's all good.
Ugh. I'm gonna roll again, Savage Attacker, because that was shit. Much better. Okay, so that would be 30. No.
30.
Sorry, 20. Sheesh Louise.
20 damage? Well, this is still your first hit, so you get all the damage that you normally would.
No, that was because the first hit.
The first time you hit, you get all the bonuses of your subclass. So even if you miss the first strike, all that carries on to the next attack. If that's
God!
the
Okay,
first
let
one
me
to
roll
hit.
another one.
So 20 plus 7 plus whatever that is.
So that would be 25 total.
25. You roll a 5 there.
Yes.
Then plus 7 from your half
From
level
the radiant.
strike.
Oh my God.
So that's 32 points of
yes.
damage.
Stack.
Dude.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
Let's go.
So with one swipe, the first one kind of skids off of its armor as it's holding you. You bring your blade down and jam it into its back, and it carves in about 1.5 feet, and you kind of wedge it in and pull it out with an arc spray of purple viscera. It took like a hefty chunk of it in one hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
Okay.
You're
okay.
still grappled, however.
Okay. That's all I can do.
Okay, that finishes your turn, Yasha.
That finishes my turn.
All right, it is now Avantika's turn.
Oh God.
But she's command.
At the start of her turn, at the start of her turn, she farts at the start of her turn. She does have to make a saving throw against your, which she rolls a 21. So she succeeds, so she takes half damage. So go ahead and roll.
So that's after half, that's 6 radiant damage.
6 radiant damage to Avantika.
Does it seem like it's hurting her?
She's taking damage, yeah.
Okay, so but it doesn't look like, is she like undead taking radiant damage kind of damage, or?
It doesn't seem to be affecting her any more than you would expect.
Expect her to be undead. All right.
Yeah, not all undead are vulnerable to radiant.
Boo. All right. Yeah, and she's slowed, so she moves. It's at half speed right now.
Half speed, you got it. So she, as she realizes what happened, goes, "Oh, you've gotten very tricky since last we met, honey." Before she goes for the rapier, which is now hanging at the edge of her belt, she glances over at you, Beauregard. And then, even slowed, is going to try and dodge around the side. You do get an attack on her, if you want to.
Sentinel.
Sentinel, go for it.
I thought in the description of command it says the target drops whatever it is holding and then ends its turn.
Must succeed on a wisdom save or follow the command on its next turn. That's an interesting point of order. So technically, it wouldn't have dropped the orb until this turn.
Got it. Okay.
So you don't
Can't
have
hold
it.
a bonus action.
So,
It's on the ground.
correct. So now it's on the ground.
Okay.
But she doesn't get an action.
She doesn't get an action.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, been a while since we've done the
good.
commands.
No,
but-
yeah,
wow.
totally.
So,
That's kind of good and kind of bad.
So she uses her action to drop the orb, and it's there on the ground.
is she still trying to bolt?
supposed to be the end of her.
Now what is she doing?
Right now? No, she's gonna stay put. It's like right at her feet, and she's just kind of like at a come at me type positioning.
Yeah.
She's kind of gauging everyone she can vaguely see shapes to the right and left and in front of her. So she's just gonna hold her position and kind of like put her feet over where the orb currently is and is preparing to go for it next chance she gets. So,
Okay.
does kind of waste her turn.
Okay.
She knows where it is, too.
So that's her turn. She just ends
It's like
it there.
right between her feet, right? Like she just drops.
Correct,
and
just
goes,
poof, poof, poof on the ground.
Cool.
It's rolled a little bit.
That's fun.
All right, so that ends. Fuck, that fucks up her turn. Top of its turn, the other creature is going to go ahead and make a save against you, which it rolls a natural 20, so it makes it save. But go ahead and so it takes half damage to your spiritual guardians.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's my other? Okay. Ooh. 28 points of radiant damage on that.
Nice. So it takes 14 points of radiant damage. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. 14. And it's going to go ahead and immediately lash into you out of anger and frustration at the
The
damage.
little
you just
froggy
took.
guy?
Yep.
Okay.
He's right there next to you. First strike is going to be 21 to hit.
Okay.
All right, so you take 14 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Second strike is going to be 26 to hit.
Wow. Okay.
That is going to be 13 points of slashing damage.
Cool.
And Constitution checks on each of these. You each have to beat a 10 with advantage.
Okay, that works.
These are Constitution saving throws. Yeah.
both of them save.
Okay. Third one. That's cocked, actually. That's going to be another 21.
Okay.
That one you take 17 points of slashing damage. Go ahead and make another attack with advantage. Or another Constitution saving throw.
This is all from that big fucker?
The little frog.
Little frog thing.
Oh, God damn, that thing's a monster.
Mind you, it's still like 9 feet and wide as fuck.
Yeah,
He's not a little frog.
Yeah. Right.
He's a big scary frog. That's I saved.
Big
Okay.
death frog.
And
Okay.
as soon as it finishes that, it vanishes from behind you.
Oh wait! During that,
Yeah,
could I have used a reaction
You
on
can use
him
a
before I
reaction in the
did?
middle of it, yeah. Go for it.
Can I say I did my hellish rebuke on him?
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can indeed. So he has to make a Constitution saving throw against you? Or a reflex?
I don't know. Hold on. Where's my hellish rebuke? Where's the spell? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's a dexterity.
Dexterity, 16.
He saves.
Okay, so he takes half damage.
Half damage, 3d10.
And it's going to right back over next to Caleb, who is like just faintly landed on the outskirts of the fog.
So he took 8 points. It was a 16.
You got it. All right, that finishes its go. Now, the rest of the crab creature's gonna go. The one that's still in front of you is gonna go ahead and take its wisdom save and is gonna fail. So roll damage for the.
I roll again, or he just takes the same damage that I rolled before?
We can do either. I mean, like, I will say because it's a different initiative turn. Go ahead and roll damage again.
My mind's going like 7 directions.
Yeah.
If this happens, then this. If this happens, then this. If this happens, then this.
Branching
22.
narrative going on here.
22, nice. So it gets sparked from the floating around massive swarm of celestial unicorn hamsters, and then shifts its way across the ship here.
Oh boy.
To try and shore up its positioning against Veth, and is going to attack Veth twice. First strike, it's cocked. Oh, that's a real bad one. That's an 11.
Hey, that misses.
And
Real bad.
yep, and that's going to be a 17 to hit.
Misses.
All right, both giant pincer swings. You duck out of the way and then tumble, roll, and kind of catch yourself on the ground. No impact on you.
That bitch.
That finishes its go. This one, it has you grappled. Yasha is going to go ahead and strike at you twice.
Okay.
The first one is a natural 20.
That definitely hits.
I am not within range. Nope.
Unfortunately.
Am I?
Then 30 feet, you are not.
I'm also raging, so
You are, just so you take half damage, which is
Yeah.
good. So you take on that one 18 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to half, so 9.
okay.
And the second attack is going to be a 9. So, yeah.
Oh, great.
9.
So the first, like its other pincer goes to grab towards you, and you duck out of the way as it closes its other one that's still holding you even tighter around you, and it squeezes and fills you with pain. And as it does, the tentacles kind of unfurl from under its armor and begin to latch up your body. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay. Natural 20.
Oh, come on.
No effect from the poison. This guy here is gonna
Roll one of those.
chitter down into the fog and begin to push its way towards Caduceus, wherever it runs into in the space. And the first thing it comes into is Caduceus.
So immediately upon entering the field, it takes damage
It does.
before it even gets anywhere near me, and then it also gets its movement halved for 15 feet.
Correct. So it can't quite get to you.
No, can't. So
Actually-
let's take some damage.
Yeah.
Do a save, I guess.
Just out of the range to get to actually attack you.
I love how we're trying to.
Oh, but it has a reach of 10 with its pincers, so no, it is in range.
Well, first it takes some damage anyway.
Indeed. So it natural 1 on its save, so it takes full damage.
That's 6, 11, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hold on.
Do your beetles do more damage than my hamsters?
Go Bears.
It was just that.
Puppy bowl.
21. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Just doing some math.
So cute.
Use D&D Beyond's rolling feature.
21 points of radiant damage.
Okay, nice.
Yes, sir.
Just barely. But he did cast it at a lower
So
level.
as that blasts across it, this one's looking pretty dang hurt at this point. It's like, it's gonna go ahead and swing twice at you with its pincers. The first one, they have disadvantage on each because they're in the fog and you are technically partially obscured. It's just swinging at a shape in the fog. Yeah, natural one.
Oh, in that case, it misses me with an attack, so I'm gonna use my reaction to blast them with Arcane Force.
Okay.
That's, let's see. 20 points of force damage.
Okay.
Whoa.
Here. Because right now, Ford moved away from next to you, so your visibility has faded in the fog. You felt something swing towards you. Go ahead and...
The shield just has a reaction, so...
No, I understand. Yeah. This is me trying to see if you're able to actually aim it in the right direction from something without knowing something's there. So just roll a perception check for me. You're super easy at that.
I don't have advantage on that, do I?
You have disadvantage on it because you're in you're obscured fog. But you don't have to roll super high.
Fog. Thank God, no, never mind, that's good, 25.
Yeah, you're fine. So go ahead, that's 20 damage you said?
20 damage, and then make a strength saving throw if you're still alive.
It doesn't need to.
Okay.
As you turn this way, the shield blasts off this burst of arcane force damage, and you watch as faint shadows of something just disappears. The rest of you see, firing out of the fog, a rain of calamari chunks just scatters up the side of the ship.
We're gonna eat good tonight.
Yasha, was that you? Oh, God. Sorry.
Well done.
I'll fix it.
All right, that's gonna finish their go. Veth, you're up. Caleb, you're on deck.
Good gravy. I've got 2 giant lobsters behind me, right? And there's a big cloud fog thing. Still have advantage on my attack from Yasha, right?
No.
No.
What?
Ends at my turn.
You poopy head.
Well, you know, I do what I can.
How do I...
You're not grappled anymore.
I know, but I can't do sneak attack. Unless the one that's engaged with me is engaged with somebody else. Are they? No.
Can't you run away from it?
Sure.
Run away from it.
Into the fog.
Stop talking.
Then I can't see anyone.
Yeah, you can if you stand by Ford.
I don't know where Ford is.
Run into the fog and find out.
Help me. All the regrets. What? Shit. So no lobsters near me are engaged. And is anyone I can see engaged with somebody else?
At the moment, there is the weird toad demon creature that is harrying the shape of a person in the fog, yes. Oh, by the way, Beauregard, I forgot to mention, because you did get one attack on Avantika, you do take 25 points of cold damage.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Why? What?
25 points
Because
of
she
gold.
just
Got the fucking
That
armor.
icy
Agathis.
armor of Agathis that is currently protecting her. So just
25 points of cold?
yeah, so mark that down. Sorry.
Yeah, okay,
Side
I
note.
take back what I just told you. Now it's different.
All right, if I see that thing is engaged with someone, I will attack it.
That was the max. That's all.
I'll say yeah.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair.
I will bonus action charge up my Brenato's Voltaic Bolt,
You got it.
and then I will... oh, wait, that's my 3rd level spell. That's okay. And then I will shoot. Aiming. True. No!
Rogue natural ability or whatever.
15.
Doesn't affect attack roll.
15 does not hit. Off into the ocean, you watch as this distant flare of a spark just disappears into the storm in the distance.
And then I will use my movement to run into the fog. You, Matthew Mercer, get to pick where you think I would go, because I haven't seen anyone in there for a while. I'm just trying to find action.
Would
Roll-
you have heard Ford yell?
Roll a
"Drop it."
d4.
Into the unknown.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's the arc spread I'm going there.
2.
2. All right. You run into the fog, charging around the side, and head kind of bumping right in between Ford and Caduceus.
Oh, so I can see them?
You can see them, yes. And you can see Avantika.
Cool.
Wait, can you see Bo too?
No.
Oh, wait.
I heard not.
Sharing an edge with Ford?
Actually, yeah, because you see through the fog entirely. So yeah, so you can see Beauregard. However, you do get there's an attack opportunity against you from the creature.
Yeah.
And if it does hit, that'll change this because it will grapple you.
Oh, no. And doesn't it roll with... Oh, no.
It does roll a 12 to hit. So you duck out of the way, dart past into the fog. You are snowblind for a second, and then all of a sudden everything clarifies, and it's just like a faint layer of gray around everything. You can clearly see everything in the cloud around you, including Avantika standing between the group of you with the orb on the ground right there. Does that finish your turn?
Yep, that's it.
Have you taken damage?
All right. Caleb, you're up. Jester, you're on deck.
Oh, I am in the kill box and low on HP, and I don't want anyone to have to worry about healing me, so from out of the fog, a T-Rex lumbers out of the fog!
Go, baby! Let's go! Yes, and he has a T-Rex!
What is
T-Rex fight on a boat!
Turn me around, Matt. Face me the other way.
Fuck your D&D game.
Swivel me around the other way, sir.
The other way?
Oh my God. This fight is everything!
There you go.
This boat has everything.
Oh, God.
And with my move, because that's my action. So with my, because I can't attack, right? Because casting polymorph just gets me there. So with my movement, I am going to lumber and squeeze, use my 50 feet of movement to bully my way towards the center so I can get my face right into the fish mage's face, if possible.
Okay.
Between the stairs.
So you're going to attempt to step over. Unfortunately, this guy is blocking your movement.
Yeah? Which guy? Lobster guy?
The lobster guy, yeah.
That doesn't become just difficult terrain for my massive miniature?
If it was a medium-sized creature, I'd say yes. He's large enough to be an issue.
What if I absolutely destroyed the ballista behind me to get there?
You'd have to use an attack to probably...
No, stomp on it.
That's an
You know what? Go ahead and make a strength check.
This is officially an asylum film.
No.
That's a 20.
20 beats an 18.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll say you do manage to like step on it and push over to get to where you're wanting to go.
Arctic Rex 24.
Stop over
And if you'll allow, the whole point is to get my big toothy maw breathing hot air in the mage's face.
Certainly.
So good, dude. So good.
Sure. There we go. There we go. D&D.
Yeah.
This map looks like a bunch of toys from my son's toy drawer.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
All right.
Killer lobster.
So as all of you are there in the middle of the fog, all staring at Avantika in this kind of like, standoff moment, looking at each other, you suddenly hear, and you all glance over, and in the corner of the fog, there's a T-Rex on your boat in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, in the frigid depths, as it just walks away. You do get an attack opportunity from the crustacean.
Yeah, sure.
As you move past. That is a 15 to hit?
It hits!
All right. That does, however, hold you back because you are grappled by it from the
Doesn't he
pincer.
have Veth in it? Oh no, he missed her, right?
Yep.
I scrambled away.
You do take 14 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are not quite to your quarry because you are being held back by a giant piece of calamari.
Am I 10 feet away?
You are.
God.
So you are in range.
Okay.
That T-Rex
That
is coming
is
down.
so Jurassic Park 2.
Oh, it'll be fine. What are you talking about? It's gonna be great. It's gonna last forever, you guys.
I want Jester to polymorph.
Take out the whole.
This is a great.
I want you to polymorph into a Lego guy or like a Matchbox car, just so we can make this map even weirder.
Hold me up, barbarian dude!
Let's go ahead and close that door there.
He was trying so hard.
Got an
Hold on.
open door. This ship is awesome.
Oh my God.
There we go.
No. Oh,
Sure.
Ah,
Fuck all y'all. It's fine.
this is gonna work.
Thanks for making T-Rex in a boat, Liam. God damn it.
Hey man, you witch bolted me so hard!
I did. Not my fault. Enemies did it.
Yeah.
All right. Sure.
Another circle
Fine.
for the Olympics.
We'll leave it how it went. You're in range. You're a T-Rex. You can hit him. It's fine.
Circle guys, we can do this.
Somebody put down an area of effect spell.
No, it's falling again, I think.
Oh
I love that he was like,
I'm just gonna chuck you in the ocean, man. All right. That finished your turn, Caleb?
Yes.
Okay. Jester, you're up. Caduceus, you're on deck.
I'm going
Such
to.
a good session.
Oh God. Oh my God. I'm gonna run down.
I love this game.
There's still another lobster up by Yasha.
Correct. There are 2 on the deck.
I'm gonna use my spiritual weapon to attack the lobster.
Go for it. It moves over and is easily within range.
That's a natural one.
That misses.
Okay.
Woof. Big whiff.
I'm going to run into the fog.
Okay.
Into the unknown.
Roll a d4 for me.
Into the unknown.
3.
Okay. You run into Caduceus.
Oh, okay.
Again, everybody.
You are still blinded. You do not see anything in the
Okay.
space.
Does she see Caduceus or smell his musk?
Your passive perception?
Wonderful black.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Got car.
Is that, and that's as far as I can get?
That's as far as you can get. You're blocked between the ballista and your friends. So you can try and push through your friends if you want to, but you're moving. Oh yes. Well, what do you want to do?
If I can, like, shout and try to walk as far as I can.
Actually, no. That's as far as you can get because you can only move 5 more feet, and those 2 spaces next to you are occupied by friends. So you can either move to the left or right, but you can't move forward anymore.
Okay.
how close do you have to
Then
get to you to be able to see in the fog?
can't really.
Right next to.
Is my spiritual guardians? Are they at least protecting? Do they still count as protecting everything within 15 feet of me if I can't see the things?
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, they're still hitting things around you.
Okay.
You're just not focusing on them.
The audience can't see any of these minis either.
Yep. Hey, you guys are throwing shit down to obscure the battlefield. Not my fault. Sorry.
Dang it! I had wanted to heal. For the first time ever.
But you forgot?
No, I just can't see anybody.
Oh, okay.
Really, it's just at the Olympics.
That's right.
That's a lot differently in my head.
Oh yeah.
Do you think that any of
always
your friends
does.
could see in there no matter what? Or
No,
they-
This is gonna
I
be
just thought I would meet somebody over there.
Oh man, I was like gonna be back to back to forward.
Oh yeah.
Spells out of the air. Here we go.
I mean, I kind of got there.
I'm gonna hold an attack until I can see something. I'm gonna hold a spell until I can see an enemy. Do I have to clarify which enemy?
You have to clarify what spell you're casting, and you're just saying until you see an enemy.
Yes.
Okay, you got it.
I'm going to hold guiding bolt until I can see an enemy.
You got it.
Until you can see an enemy.
Well done. Alrighty.
Crawl up the side of the deck.
Does that finish your turn? Okay.
I'm worthless.
Jester at the end.
swear it's
Caduceus,
coming.
you're up.
I'm going to crawl my way over to where I saw Ford move very slowly, so I can tap him for some view, so I can see shit.
You would have to move into range. You can move in and square in.
I'm gonna.
Are you gonna square off to the side?
Yeah.
So you can move.
I kind of know
around
what.
over here to
Yeah.
get within 5 feet of him to see the space.
That's perfect.
There you go.
All right. Now I'm.
My God, I'll do this with all of you.
And she's still within my 15 feet, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to cast. Where did it go?
Within my 15 feet?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm going to cast.
You are overlapping guardians.
I like to imagine that a couple of the beetles have climbed on top of some of my flying unicorns or holding on.
Riding
like,
them?
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Mass Cure Wounds to try and get everybody who needs it into the 30-foot circle.
Oh.
So you can use my current 30-foot circle, and I'm going to try and get Bo. I don't know if I can get Jester. I'm going to try.
Which spell are you doing?
Mass Cure Wound.
Oh, I'm right
Okay.
next to you.
Yeah, but I drop a point, and I can make
I
a
see.
30-foot radius thing.
So this will drop your spiritual guardians then.
No, it's not. It's not concentration.
Wait, Mass Cure Wounds is instantaneous. You mean? Yeah. I was making sure it wasn't like a concentration thing.
No.
Okay, cool.
So it's a 30-foot, up to 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius sphere centered on any point within 60 feet.
Yep.
So I'm going to try and get Bo and Jester and see if I can.
You can get everybody in this space here without a problem.
All right. So that's 5th level.
So it's everybody except for Yasha.
Yeah, but you can't see where anyone is.
Everybody except Yasha and Caleb's T-Rex.
Yeah.
Huh?
So,
I was like, where's Caleb's mini? Oh, right.
T-Rex.
That's everybody gets. That's okay. 20 points. Everybody gets 20 points.
That's great.
Nice.
That's great.
And then, I'm good. That's my. I don't really have a bonus action or anything to. I don't think I have any bonus actions that are really that interesting. No.
Okay.
No, that's what
That finishes your turn?
Yeah.
Boy,
You got it.
Here we go.
All right.
So you got 20. You got 20.
Oh, fun.
This crew here is now going to try and turn the ballista to fire upon this crab creature by rotating around. There's too much there. I'm just going to say it's facing him. It's fine. No, that is a 12. That shoots past. This bolt, as it's about to fire, the runes in the front go doo, 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 and you watch as energy begins to arc through this large metal arrow-like bolt. And as he releases it, it bolts fast with an impossible amount of force and speed, and is just a little bit too wide, but it seems to go straight for an extended distance.
Oh, wow.
These are some powerful ballista.
Good to know.
So,
How did you miss? No, just kidding.
because the creature's like grabbing onto the front of it and wrestling with it, he's like, ah!
You might have
I'm not
3
one.
creatures in your
Alrighty.
by the way.
That's gonna finish their go. That one over there can't see where to aim and is just currently like holding on and looking for something to aim towards, but is currently stuck in the fog cloud. That brings us to the mage up here who's next to you.
Yeah, that's mage.
The T-Rex is a problem.
That's a meme.
But
T-Rex is a problem.
T-Rex is a problem.
but it does have priorities, and it is an intelligent creature. So it's gonna still stay within your range and move over to this side and is going to cast a spell magic on the fog cloud, which vanishes.
Thank
I
God.
didn't think it could be dispelled.
Any magical effect can be dispelled if it's
Copy
targeted
that.
directly, and unless it states otherwise.
Weren't you holding an attack?
Now you can see things.
So I could see.
You can see who you going after.
Avantika.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
Okay.
Cannot be disposed. That's fine.
Okay, so that's an attack roll.
First time I use that. I'm not going to argue with this. I think dispersed by natural.
20?
Magic.
Oh, yeah,
20 misses.
Wind, like wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20.
As you're holding the bolt and you unleash it, Avantika, you let it go, and you're sure it would hit. And as soon as your vision clarifies, she's already dodged to the side, and it just goes by.
Really hard to hit.
She wasn't for forward.
Oh!
Wait.
All right.
Wait, what did you roll?
20.
He missed?
And it's just going to stay within your combat range. It's going to finish his movement over here. Still within your 10-foot, reach of the web of your maw, but is now kind of like maneuvering between you and the battlefield below, and is trying to keep concentrated in 2 spaces. That's going to mark that spell there. Alrighty. Now it is Beauregard's turn. Ford, you're on deck.
Okay. Where's the crystal?
It's in Avantika's space.
Between her feet.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's like
Right next to you.
right on it.
No, I'm just trying to think what's the right move here. If I go for it, is it going to be like a contested dex roll or something?
It would be. She's protecting it. It's not in your space. If an object is in your space, you can pick it up with a movement. Because the drop spell dropped it in her space, she's defending it. It would be a contested element here.
Oh, let's go, ninja.
If you're reaching between her legs, Henry Crabgrass would like a word with you about consent.
The consent grass? Yeah.
Just make sure you check in with her first.
I'm not going to waste any actions or doing. I'm going to just go for it. I'm going for it.
Get that football.
Going for
the crystal.
Okay, so you're using your action to attempt to grab the crystal. All right. So this will be a contested, we'll say a contested athletics or acrobatics.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Come on, Jock.
Do I have any advantage?
Which one are you taking?
There is no advantage.
Well, both are the same.
You're a monk.
Both are the same, so I'm going to say acrobatics.
All right.
As I try to.
This is you both try to
Dark
maneuver
legs.
through and her to try and deflect you and go for it herself.
Sack it into your hands, dude.
Okay.
Lucky Jade dice. Okay.
You already rolled.
Come on.
He already rolled? Come on. All right, 20 total.
28. Roll the natural 16. She's real quick.
So what does that mean?
It means you try and reach for it, and she kicks it out of your grasp, and you try and go for it again, and she blocks the way and kind of knocks you off to the side and kicks it back, almost like a soccer player or, or football for our non-US friends. Player kind of keeping the ball and guarding it through its legs.
With all of that dribbling, does she manage to keep it
She
in
keeps
her
it within her own space, but it is a failed grasp.
Wow,
you still have your bonus
high
action and your move.
dexterity.
I'm sure you had that. God damn.
I mean,
Damn it.
Can you put your finger right above where Avantika is?
See the purple thing?
Well,
Yes.
Make sure you ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should have asked.
All right, well, all right.
It was a damn good try. The dice weren't with it, but that was a good try.
I didn't roll great. Okay, I might as well flurry of blows her and see if I can
You can only flurry of blows if you use your attack
Shit.
action, but you can do it.
Patient defense!
Okay, patient defense. You got it.
Damn it!
Grandma, patient defense.
Come at me! All right, that finishes Bo's go forward. You're up, Yasha. You're on deck.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So is she effectively like against the side of the ship?
Yeah, you're all up against the edge of the ship, and you and Beauregard are kind of on one side and the other. For the rest of your friends are off to the edge.
So if I stayed in her melee range and rotated around, could I put myself in front of her with the side of the ship and the ocean beyond it?
You could, yeah.
I'm going to try and do that.
Okay. So you're going to kind of maneuver through Veth to get on that end? Okay.
I'm just going to double check this. My dexterity is balls. It just sucks.
if you want to try a different stat,
Athletics for a different
is a
stat?
strength contest versus a
That's
dex
what you're trying to
contest.
do, buddy.
If I wanted to shove her off of the ship, off the side, would that be strength or athletics?
No, that would be your. I'd say for this it would be your athletics.
All right, I'm going to try and shove her off of the ship.
You got it. Okay.
Because either way, it's the same as trying to grab it.
Okay, go ahead and make your athletics check.
I don't have advantage on this or anything.
No.
Just had to check.
No!
11.
11. This would be 22. So as you attempt to shove into you with her shoulder to push her off the side, she like kind of puts her hand to the side and judo spins you out of the way, and you find yourself almost about to topple off the ship yourself with the momentum, and she's preparing to go ahead and like kick the back of your chest and push you over, and you catch it and maneuver back into the space you were, and you both are back in this standoff.
Wow. That was terrible.
Once again, it's a game of chance. With a good roll, that would have really fucked her up.
You're totally right.
But I love it. I love the risk.
Bonus action. There's just not much to do. I think that's the rest of my. I will use the rest of my movement to put myself back in a flanking position with Bo on the opposite side of her. Nope, I'm gonna stay there.
You're gonna stay there?
I'm gonna stay there. Yeah. Just in case she tries to fucking pull me into the sea.
All right, Yasha, you're up.
Okay, I'm still fighting this thing. So, is Jester's spiritual weapon still there? Or that's, yeah? Okay, so, is there some way I can try to take a shot but also pull him into her spiritual weapon?
You mean, I would allow you, if you wanted to, attempt to pull it into the spiritual weapon instead of your attack. It would take the spiritual weapon damage.
What's your spiritual damage? It's probably not as good as your attack. It's
It's 2d8 plus 5. It's pretty good. Okay, I'll take a first hit.
Go for it. So first swing on it.
Take it.
Take that first hit.
23.
23 hits. Go and roll damage.
Savage attacker. 8. Much better.
Take any swings on her.
So
Has anyone attacked Avantika?
Bo did.
31 points of damage for the first hit.
31. Nice.
AC 20.
Second strike carves through, and you watch now as you chop one of its giant pincer arms off, and it hits the ground and is bleeding out on that side. It's looking pretty hurt. It's still clutching you with its other claw, and its tentacles like whipping against and trying to clutter past your armor to get to your flesh, and it's really gross.
Okay, I'm gonna take another hit. 20.
20 hits.
This is.
What if we do a little like shake and bake? Top of next turn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like either I give you advantage or vice versa by assisting.
12
We do some
points
sort
of damage.
rack back.
12 points of damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's gonna get a turn before then. So
You carve a second slash into it, and one of its legs collapses underneath it. It is limping. It is barely holding on. It is on the cusp of death, but it's holding on with whatever strength it has left. Some sort of unworldly influence has brought these here and have given it a stronger will than the need to survive.
Okay, so then with my bonus action, and since I haven't moved, can I try to drag him into the spiritual weapon?
It would be an action to do that,
Would be
unfortunately.
an action to do that. Okay.
But you've done a shit ton of damage to this creature. You have single-handedly brought it from a fairly hefty stack of hit points to almost none in a round and a half, so.
Okay.
That's a big,
That's all I can do.
big pain in the ass.
All
All I
right.
can do.
All right. It's Avantika's turn. She starts her round in both of your ranges.
Yep.
Against-
Let's roll our damage.
Against you, Jester, that is 20, so it succeeds. And against, same roll, 20 from both of you. So half damage from both of your spiritual guardians.
how is she dead and awesome?
28, so 14 damage
French.
from me.
19.
Wait.
Have to.
Wait. We don't know if she's undead or resurrected.
Is she
What if
dead
you-
or is she Jamaica
Okay.
Costco dead?
The
What if she was always dead?
the cold energy that's on her torso shatters and evaporates. She's taken enough damage to now disengage the armor of Agathis that protects her.
good.
Already.
Great.
After she weathers the blows of celestial anger and destruction from both of your sources of divinity, whether real or illusion,
Helium balloons.
Mine are real, okay? Mine
she
are
is
super
going to go
fucking
ahead
They hurt
and
more.
kind of. It is in her space, which means for free she can grab it. So she grabs the orb and kind of puts it in her pocket, like in a little side pouch right there. She has it, and she's kind of looking at you all in this kind of moment where it seems like the time slows as she's calculating in her brain.
Beauregard.
And she's going to go ahead and sidestep around forward.
I'm watching her.
Over here.
You got
And back over here.
She's
That
not
was-
leaving
that was
my
next on your
range.
perimeter.
two attacks of opportunity.
No.
Is she left my
What?
range?
He hasn't left his range.
She let
Bo's range.
Those ones
She
are
is
not
from both
Veth
Veth,
range.
which actually she can as a bonus action disengage, so she will, which ignores your attack of opportunity.
But me
Sentinel does not.
But Sentinel, I believe,
that.
does,
ignores
Yep.
disengage.
I believe so. So go for it. Make a strike.
Come on,
Punch
Bo.
her in the skull.
Oh, jeez.
Not Bo.
Louise.
Let's go,
Oh
Bo.
my god.
Got this. I believe.
Ooh, so good. 15.
15 misses.
I rolled real bad.
So in a blur, you swing with the staff and meet nothing but cold air. And then you see this dart, a shadow kind of shifts around, and within an instant, you feel the presence of Avantika behind you. And as she's there, her eyes flash with a familiar yellowish power.
Oh, shit.
As she goes, "It's a pleasure to see you all again. It's a shame it has to end so soon." And as she stomps her foot on the ground, she's gonna cast Thunder Wave at level 5.
Wait, what? Who?
Thunder waving you.
Whoa. How much of her movement does she just use in being in rough terrain, by the way?
10.
Oh boy, she's gonna knock us all overboard.
Yeah.
Counterspell.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I'm a dinosaur.
Oh, you are not a dinosaur.
I'm not.
Yes.
Okay.
It's my last 5th level.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d20 and add your spellcasting modifier to it.
Boy.
At 5th level, he's still gonna roll. She wasn't fucking around.
He's a warlock.
Where's my spellcasting modifier? Is that my...
That's your charisma.
Oh, it is my charisma. That's okay, so just +5.
I don't know how worlds work.
No.
Really?
No.
Natural 1.
No.
Why did the dice hate us tonight?
Sentinel punch and the counter
I
spell.
rolled a 3.
The dice really like Avantika.
Wet.
Okay. I need...
Oh, man.
I need Beauregard, Ford, and Veth to all make Constitution saving throws for me, please.
This is the best. I'm so glad you rolled a 1.
All right. Well, I wish that would have happened sooner.
I'm gonna get a new dice. No, I'm gonna give you a chance for redemption. 18.
Ooh.
Constitution saving throw?
Correct.
18.
18.
21.
Oh, I also rolled well. 16.
16. 16 does not succeed.
Damn. So I'm gonna go
But
over.
the other ones do. That it is. Ooh. $32 points of thunder damage to you.
Sure.
Both of you take 16 points of thunder damage. Veth is thrown overboard.
Whoa. Area. Wait.
Water
can I
walk.
take?
You got water walk.
Yeah.
Can I take? Not uncanny dodge. What's the other one? Evasion.
You didn't succeed on your save, though.
Oh,
Totally right.
It wasn't a dexterity.
Yeah.
I did though.
Evasion's just dex.
Evasion. I always forget I have that as a monk. Evasion.
It's not a dex
Only
save.
good for
though.
evasion.
It's not a dex save. I'll take that damage happily.
There you go. You plummet off and begin to fall. You do have your ring of water walking. So
Everyone still has water walk.
you
cast
fall
in.
20 feet
So
and impact hard on the water below to take 9 points of bludgeoning damage, hitting the icy surface of the ocean below.
Belly flop damage.
ow.
Am I prone or on my feet?
There was no reason we should have had temporary hit points, right?
We did have temporary hit
Wait,
points from having tea with Fester Ragna, I believe.
That was days ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But
You
don't
would-
they stay until you use them?
until your next
One
long
day.
rest.
Matthew, am I prone or standing?
I mean, they were gone.
You are standing.
Okay.
I'll say 20 feet. You land. You know what? Make an acrobatics check for me to see if you can remain on your feet.
Check.
Yeah, acrobatics.
Oh, I get reliable talent.
Yeah, so you're fine.
20.
Yeah, you're on your feet. You're fine. Okay, that'll be Avantika's action on that.
Oh man.
Cast that spell there.
Does that does Thunderwave count as an attack roll? It doesn't, right?
Sure.
It does. A Thunderwave? No, it is not an attack roll.
Okay.
Okay, so that finishes Avantika's turn. Now this creature here is going to appear behind
I'm sorry,
Jester.
real quick. Where did Avantika go?
She's behind
Still
you.
standing there.
Right there.
Just between you and the ballista.
Oh.
Correct.
That creature has entered both of our, has started its turn in both of our fields and has half speed.
Indeed. It barely moved, but it does take 2 saves from both of you, so go ahead and roll damage.
Roll damage.
Fail on both, so full damage from both of you for your spiritual guardians.
Oh.
22.
26.
22?
22 radiant.
So she's still base to base with you, Ford?
26.
26. Ooh! That thing's looking hurt!
You see it?
It rushes in and then gets blasted with both of these waves of energy, and it's like angry. It's gonna go ahead and take 2 swipes at you, Jester, and then 1 at you, Caduceus. That is 17.
Oh, it misses.
Misses. 19.
19.
You suffer 14 points of slashing damage, and go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration, and then a strike against you. That is going to be a 20.
Hits.
You take, that is going to be a 16 points of slashing damage against you, and also make a Constitution saving throw.
14 Constitution.
You're fine.
Okay.
Constitution saving throw?
Yep.
Oof. Nope. That's 5.
5. You lose concentration.
Oh wait, I have advantage on those rolls.
You do if you have Warcaster.
I do.
Let's roll again.
17.
17, that succeeds.
Yeah, never mind.
And then it teleports beyond the range, back to where it kind of started over here. Freaking out that one crew member over there. It was like back to the wall.
I have Warcaster.
Oh. Yeah, that's how you have advantage on these each time.
Oh, I haven't been rolling with advantage.
Well, you should be doing that. No.
Hey, Warcaster, dude.
Alrighty.
Hell yeah.
That finishes its go, and now the two creatures are going to go. The one that's barely limping along is going to go ahead and attempt to crush you, Yasha, within its claws. Natural 1, no issue. That is a 16 to hit.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. It is trying to crush you, but it just has no strength left in its body. It's so close to death's door. As it's squeezing and squeezing you, you're just kind of shaking your head how pitiful this creature is. This guy over here is going to go ahead and take the same damage that you guys just dealt, which would be 22 and 26.
Yes.
Yep. Succeeds. So this guy
13.
is 13. And fails. 26.
Wait, does that mean I can use my reaction against the frog guy? Did he already die?
No, he's not died. He teleported away.
Oh, could I have used my reaction when he hit me
To
attack him with a spell since that's Warcaster?
he didn't move out of your range. He teleported, which is different from moving out of your.
But it's not if somebody moves out of my range. It's if somebody attacks me,
Oh, for Warcaster?
isn't it?
I thought it was.
No,
I think it's
a reaction to spell them.
Yeah, for Warcaster, it's if somebody's moving out of your melee range, where normally you get an attack of opportunity, you can cast a spell
normally
as a
you just hit
reaction
him
to them.
But it has to be.
I understand. Okay.
No worries, but this guy just teleports as part of his.
An opportunity attack.
An entirely additional spell in a round.
Exactly.
If you luck out.
Yeah, that's killer.
Really good.
Okay.
All right, so this guy, after taking a lot of damage, is going to go ahead and shift into range here, angry and furious that he's just being hurt.
Half speed as well.
I know. You only had to move 10 feet. No, it's all good, man. I need my Clippy. It's good.
No.
I got too much to concentrate on as a DM. You guys got to remind me what your spells do.
Was that crab creature within 10 feet of my ass? No, I'm not where I am on the map. I was between the steps.
For this, at this point, no, because you moved past him and went up.
Okay.
To where you were.
I love the sentences that D&D breeds.
It's so amazing. No one has ever said this
I'd asked
before.
to get between the stairs to look down.
Right.
It put me up there just because of the balance.
You know what? I would say yes. It's within.
But I'm gonna tail that motherfucker. As
Go
he
for
goes.
it.
Bless you.
That is a 29 to hit.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage with your Tyrannosaurus tail.
17 points of bludgeoning damage for him.
17 points of bludgeoning damage. Ooh, he's looking rough. He's angrily going to go in there and strike at both his 2 claw strikes, one against each of you. He's just trying to grab both of you who are holding on to these blasting, horribly painful radiuses of celestial anger. They're just bearing down on it and everything in the vicinity. Against Caduceus, that is going to be a 22 to hit.
God damn it.
And against Jester, that's going to be a 21 to hit. So, ooh, max damage on that one. That is 16 points of bludgeoning damage to you, Caduceus.
Ow.
And 14 points of bludgeoning damage to you, Jester, and you are both grappled.
Cool.
Nice.
And we will say the tentacles gonna to wrap out of it. Caduceus, go to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Better than last time.
The ebb and
Saved all my
Hey, it's the
concentration
Olympics
checks.
again.
11.
11. You are poisoned
That's a face.
and paralyzed.
Who's poisoned and paralyzed?
Caduceus!
Oh no, he's gonna get a new player character. Oh god.
So you feel the tentacles like begin to affix to the elements of your armor and squeeze past. As it hits you, your entire musculature begins to pulse and tighten. Your eyeballs begin to bulge, and you feel like they're about to pop out of your head, and you're locked up. Your entire body is locked in place. All you can hear now is the oof, oof, oof throughout your entire body. That finishes its turn. Veth, you're up. Caleb, you're on deck.
Yeah, Travis, could your origin story leave us alone?
I will use my movement to try to climb back up onto the ship.
Okay. It is a 20-foot climb to get to the top, because it is a large icebreaker ship. I'll say 15 feet, actually. You're at half movement to climb. Go ahead and roll an athletics check, because it is icy and it is slick.
Athletics?
Yes.
15.
15, that'll do it. So with half your movement, which would be 15 feet, that'll get you just up onto the deck, but that's the end of your movement there.
Okay. Actually, can I pause before I get to the lip of the whatever it's called?
Sure.
The edge, the deck.
Yeah.
So, and I would, so I'm just peeking over the deck.
Okay, you're peeking over.
Peeking over the deck. I mean, she doesn't see me.
Correct.
But I should hide? I should try to hide?
I would say yes.
I will bonus action attempt to hide.
Go for it.
29.
29. That definitely feels pretty stealthy.
And then, who has the football right now?
She's got it on her side hip pocket.
It's in her pocket.
It seems to be at the moment, yeah.
Is Ford holding his falchion? No.
Star Razor, yeah.
The Star Razor, yes. Not the falchion, but the Star Razor is in his hand, yeah.
Okay. I will, from my hiding position, I'll cast Phantasmal whatever on her.
Phantasmal whatever?
Phantasmal Force.
Okay, what's the save on that?
It is just a DC Intelligence 16, but a disadvantage.
Okay.
Because I'm hidden.
Intelligence. She rolled really well in that first one, but is a disadvantage. Okay, that is a 17 total.
Damn it.
Rolled a 19 and a 16.
Oh.
I'm sorry. She only has a +1 on it.
Damn it.
It's a good try, though.
What is that? A charisma or a...
It's Intelligence 16.
Intelligence.
Damn it.
It was a good choice, but no effect, unfortunately.
Okay.
That finish your turn? All right. Caleb, you're up. Jester, you're on deck.
Okay, I'm going to say that I use all of or a lot of my movement to get actually where the miniature is, because he was between the steps, but I'm just going to like crush stairs and just heave myself up there.
To get to where? Up on...
To where he is. You don't even have to move him, because where he actually is between the stairs on the lower deck.
Okay, so...
We just put him there for balance, but now he is right where he is.
Okay, you got
I've climbed up. Let's actually move... Actually, let's circle him a bit. Make your life easier. Yeah, right there.
There you go.
And
Look
then
at that. Look at that.
Then I'm going to eat him for a snack.
Go for it.
That is an 18 to hit.
That indeed does hit.
He is grappled in my mouth.
Oh, God.
He takes...
Oh, God. That's terrifying. Imagine how terrifying it would be to be a creature of the sea. To suddenly, learn what a T-Rex is and then have it bite you and hold you in its mouth.
28 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
And he is grappled in my mouth.
He is grappled. He cannot move, and he is stuck there in your jaws. We'll say for the purposes of this, I'll add another one here and just go. Perfect.
Threatening and unbelievably silly at the same time.
It's the best guy.
And I would like to think that the entire ship just kind of went in the water.
Yeah,
It's a pretty big ship. It's a pretty big ship. I'll say it's a slight tilt. It's a slight tilt. Okay, that finishes your go?
Yeah.
All right, Jester, you're up. Caduceus, you're on deck.
I'm going to use my bonus action to attack the lobster that's fighting Yasha.
Okay.
Get it. 26.
26. That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
16 points.
16 points.
Serrated lollipop damage.
As the lollipop swings over in a wide buzzsaw arc, hits and so you see almost sparks flying off as it hits the outside of the shell, and then, like cutting through chain, it goes through and its body just folds in two halves in this wet smack sound.
Almost candy.
And you watch as it splatter, like the gore splatters, and immediately begins to crystallize into ice.
Yes.
It is destroyed, and Yasha is no longer grappled.
Yay! Freedom!
Alrighty.
Can I move?
That's your bonus
it?
action. You
Yes.
can still.
Can I use the rest of the spiritual weapon movement to move it, or does it have to
It's usually like move 20 feet and then attack. I'll let you move it. Sure, why not?
move 20 feet towards us?
She's in between
15,
Ford and the
20.
ballista.
Sure.
It's basically a T-Rex. It just won't hold.
It just won't hold us down. It's fine. It's fine.
And then I'm gonna go super. This is probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna give it a try.
What you doing?
I'm going to try to dominate person.
To
Avantika.
Vantika. is going to cast Counterspell.
Well, I cast it at 6th level.
You have to save before.
Oh, but I only, it's a 5th level spell and I'm out at 5th level, so I only could cast it at 6th level.
Okay.
I didn't know that,
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, that's fine. She casts everything at 5th level, so she does still have to roll for it. Natural 18 plus 4. So, unfortunately, it was a good shot, but unfortunately, she does.
I knew it was a high risk,
Stop
but
the
I
spell.
thought it could be cool if it worked.
Yes, it would.
That would have been.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, that was a cool idea.
It would also be very cool if any of my shit worked all night.
Yeah.
Any of us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a little tough.
Bad rolls, bad
I'm still
rolls.
grappled. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, so finish your go?
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Sorry. All right, Caduceus, you're up.
I am paralyzed, so I can't really do anything, can I? Do I have no roll against this?
Nope, at the end of your turn, you can make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll make another Constitution saving throw.
Indeed.
You can go to your mind palace.
Come on. Oh, 20.
20. You are no longer poisoned and paralyzed.
Whoa!
But you are still
That's huge.
grappled. And you did lose
Clean
your turn.
living.
Yes.
That what you did there was prevent auto crits against you from the creature. Which
Yes.
is good.
Yay.
And my ring is still up, so that's nice.
Yep.
Ow.
Actually, interesting point of order. Let me see here.
It doesn't break concentration.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
It doesn't. I looked it up. But yeah, feel
You good?
I
All right,
remember
then
the end
I
of the
trust you.
last game. I was like, "Come on, why are we doing this now?"
Now you freaked me out.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah.
battle at this level with this many players. It's
Yeah.
gonna take a chunk of time. So,
you. Thank
especially
you.
any worthwhile battle. All right, so that finishes your go, Caduceus.
You bet.
Yep. No, I'm good.
This person's going to go ahead and attempt to situate this ballista. Their action, this guy over here, is going to, now that he can see and the fog is gone, is going to go ahead and rotate it and attempt to point blank fire at the creature right here. So he's actually probably going to move along with the back of it. He's going to swing over the edge, like kind of grab the edge of the ballista and kick off and off the edge of the ship to turn on the opposite side. And then as he aims it up, fire towards the creature that has both of our clerics grappled.
Good job, Ted.
That is going to be a... That just hits with a 16.
Yay! Save us,
Alrighty.
Ted!
So with that, look up what this does. All right, so that is 4d10 piercing damage. $18 points of piercing damage against it.
Triple?
Plus 8d6 lightning damage.
Ooh, those fucking ballistas are no joke.
I was not gonna roll. As he fires at an upward angle, it shoots into its torso and the creature gets lifted at almost the exact same speed, thrust upward off the deck and almost beans you in the face as it swings past an arc of energy trailing behind it as it vanishes into the storm, no longer able to be
Gotta
seen.
get lifted.
Both of you are ungrappled.
Yes. Yes.
I'm glad it let go of us as it was going away and
Died
didn't
before
take
it
us
flew.
with it. Ah.
Alrighty, that finishes the crew's go. It is now the mage's turn, who is is not doing well in the mouth of that. It's going to go ahead and it's going to emit a psychic screech.
Oh dear.
It's its action. And
Oh, that's right.
just give this high-pitched, horrible sound that billows out in a 30-foot radius, which will only affect you and the captain. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That should go well. Nope. That's a 5.
Yeah, and the captain fails too. He falls to his knees, clutching his head. You are both stunned.
Is he still in my mouth?
I will say
He didn't try to get out.
he didn't try to get out yet.
It's just like the crab people.
Yeah,
they were.
exactly. They kept me held on.
Yep.
It's still in my mouth.
So until the end of its
I was
next
super
turn,
occupied
you are
thinking-
stunned,
Yes.
I was
which means it'll make it
occupied
easier for it to escape next turn.
Yes.
thinking about the
So,
T-Rex
that
trying
finishes
to
its
cover
go.
his ears with his teeny
Beauregard,
Oh no!
Beauregard, you're up.
Okay, I was being a T-Rex. Sorry.
Haven't we all?
Where am I? Here I am.
You are right there.
Where's Avantika?
Right there.
She's holding a thing. She's still holding it, yeah?
She put it into her little side pouch pocket.
She put it into her pocket. I'm gonna just go over and beat her ass at this point.
All right, go for it.
Ass.
Yes,
Yeah.
finally.
So you dart over to kind of close off that side of the ship deck.
Just look at her and I'm like, no. And then I punch her.
No.
Twice, no.
Go for it.
Oh, jeez. All right. Okay. That one is 28 to hit.
28 hits.
And that one is... Hang on, wait. 20. Yeah, that was 28. And that is 19.
19 misses.
19 misses, which sucks. But I hit her with that first one.
Good. 19 misses.
Yeah.
20 misses.
That's an 8. That's good. Okay. 18 damage, stunning strike.
18 damage, stunning strike.
Super fantastic.
That is going to be a 18.
Yeah, she saves.
All right.
Okay. What else can I do? Flurry of blows.
All right, go for it.
I'm sure there's something more I could do. Yikes. Definitely one of those misses, but the other one is a 19 for 31.
That definitely hits.
And that's 17 damage.
17 damage, awesome.
Come on, Yasha, batter up. Aren't you like
Extract aspects.
90 feet away from the action?
Right.
Oh. Yeah, extract aspects.
You know,
I forgot.
Your
We haven't
subclass.
done that.
One of the.
Yeah, well, I did it on the lobsters.
It's
but
true.
yeah, let's do it on
Yeah.
Avantika.
Busy deck.
It's busy deck. So as you go in, swing a few times, get a couple of hits in with that final blow, you manage to kind of concentrate on the energetic flow that keeps Avantika standing, kind of the essence of her body. And as you take a moment to get in tune with that, you sense that she is resistant to necrotic damage.
Sure.
She is immune to being charmed, frightened, poisoned, and stunned.
Ooh. Oh, she's your nemesis.
Bitch.
She can't be charmed, frightened, or
can't-
stunned,
And poisoned.
She can't be charmed?
Poisoned.
She can't be
No.
charmed.
And she's
Oh, so that dominate person wouldn't have worked anyway?
Charmed,
not, yeah.
frightened, stunned, poisoned.
Wow.
Because she's dead.
And no, the
She's
damage.
dead.
okay.
She has
Hell hath no fury.
And immune to necrotic.
And immune to necrotic.
Necrotic. Okay.
Okay.
But she's not immune to one thing.
Nobody is, Sam. Nobody.
I like the way you brought that back around.
Different level of pain.
So, Bo, that finishes your turn?
Yeah, and I shout everything out to the group.
Okay, so as
But
Beauregard
yeah.
is like pulling back and giving this instruction, we go to Ford's turn with
Come on,
Yasha
Ford.
on deck.
Yeah.
charge.
Okay.
With my bonus action, I'm going to cast Searing Smite at first level. And I'm going to take 2 swings with the Star Razor at Avantika.
Go for it.
Motherfucker. That is a 19.
19 misses.
Second one. Nope.
You try and swing, and she like deflects and parries with her offhand dagger, this horrible hooked black metal dagger. The rapier's just at the ready, preparing for her next round. Just ting, 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 ting. All right, Ford, staying put, or are you gonna move?
Staying put.
All right, finishing
Doing it.
Ford's go. Yasha, you're up.
Okay. So these things, these weapons, ballistas.
Yes.
Can anybody use them?
Yeah, it takes it takes an action to load it and then an action to fire. So it does a lot of damage, but it takes either a 2-person team to do it every round or 1 person once every 2 rounds.
Feels like a lot of work. Okay. I'm gonna start making my way down to Miss Avantika.
40 will get you right there.
Okay.
Love us.
Just made of inside jokes.
Okay, and I'm gonna take an attack.
The same 3 inside
Okay.
jokes.
I'm gonna take an attack.
Go for it. You got your strikes on this.
It's 10% gravitas and 90% bullshit.
God damn it. 18 for the first hit. So that obviously doesn't hit.
Oh wait, are you?
18 does
are
not
you,
hit.
Are you? Is she You're a bit of.
What?
When someone's on the other side of you. Flanked. Thank
She is
you.
not flanking because in order to get into melee with Avantika, she's coming in a catty corner position.
Okay. Darn.
Okay, let's do it again. Oh, 28.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage. This is full damage because it's your first time hitting in the round.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Savage attacker. Much better. 30 points of damage.
The first, as you rush down the stairs, getting your blade in this one upward arc, it's a bit telegraphed, and as you rush down, Avantika kind of sidesteps to the side and it slams into the ground. And that moment, you use that to pull upward at an angle, and as you do, you strike her right in the side, and she
So, I have a question.
Yes?
Because I'm using Magician's Judge, because I attuned to it.
Correct.
It says if I hit a creature with this weapon, you can choose to cast Dispel Magic.
Correct.
Can I try to Dispel Magic on the Cloven Crystal?
Unfortunately, Dispel Magic is to stop magical effects like spells or things that are on lessening effects. You cannot dispel a magical item necessarily.
Okay.
And since you're attacking her, it would have to be an effect that's affecting her.
Copy.
But good
Okay.
looking out. Good looking
Okay.
out. That finish your turn?
Yeah.
All right. Now it is Avantika's turn. Avantika is in both of your radiuses.
Get ready to send.
Fucking dual clerics, man. I swear to God. Natural 1 on yours. And hold on, even with the bonus. Fail on both. Full damage on both. That's some shitty rolls.
21.
21 damage. All right.
22.
Damn.
Oh.
Burn.
So
40.
after she takes the blow from Yasha's attack, and the blade pulls away a bit of that kind of dark gray liquid that was once blood that no longer flows and pumps through her body naturally. As she kind of prepares herself, all the surrounding swirling celestial insects and hamster unicorns are like blasting into her. You can see the skin burning away at certain points of her jaw and face. And she's I got what I came for. And she's going to use her last slot to cast Dimension Door.
Oh no.
And you are T-Rex.
I'm a T-Rex.
Yep.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Wait, does that give an opportunity attack? It
No.
doesn't.
Nope.
You don't get an attack.
Just move.
Unless anyone has the Mage Slayer feat,
No.
then no.
Well, Ford, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
Do you not have a?
He already burned
You
it.
burned your
He
counter
already
spell.
used his counter
Oh, he
spell.
doesn't have
I
one.
only have like 2 spell slots.
Can we get
You just see her look over the edge of the boat this way, and then bring her blade up to her face and kind of give like a half bow to all of you, and then finish in purple smoke.
I love it.
Can I try to throw one of those alchemical fire grenades in there?
Sure. You throw it overboard in her direction, and it vanishes into the fog. But in that brief moment that you realize that she is gone with the Cloven Crystal, we're gonna take a break.
No!
For the purposes of the narrative here, this guy is not a whole lot of hit points left. He's not a big chunk. The T-Rex can eat him next round.
Eat him.
Wait, we're keeping someone alive?
Yeah, let's
They don't even
interrogate
speak.
the
They don't
lobster.
speak,
Oh,
remember?
this is a lobster? Oh, yeah.
Well, this is the mage guy, but you are a T-Rex who is hungry.
Yeah, I'm eating him. You can't
So-
stop me from eating him.
Well,
I'm eating him.
in the moment you hear the screams and crunching on the upper part of the deck, you all take a moment to realize what just happened, and you have a break to decide what you want to do as a reaction. We'll be back here in just a minute. We'll see you guys here shortly.
Did we see?
Now experience the ultimate way to play by sitting at a table with your friends, with your face in a screen. Progress! D&D Beyond. Log in to explore strange worlds and fantastical cities, thanks to a company based in a really boring one that handles all the tedious math and reference stuff for you, so you can finally unleash the epic quest you've been crafting since middle school on your friends. Or just do what most people use it for, cranking out endless new characters while they're bored at work. I could finish these spreadsheets, but what if this paladin owned a horse? Perfect. D&D Beyond. Play with advantage.
I think we need to reincorporate ice giants and frost giants into the lore of the North Pole. I think it's just...
Everyone knows that the North Pole is guarded by a family of frost giants, and originally, before reindeers, Santa Claus' sled was pulled by yetis. Does not everybody know that?
See, I want that movie. I want to see, like, they were like, oh, Santa and his elves, every single gift in the world. Think of all the eBay money we can make. We're just going to go ahead and do it, the greatest heist of old St. Nick. And they get there, and there's just this giant sitting there armored up going, Mr. Claus didn't invite you.
Hey critters, Laura Bailey here. Let's see what's up in the Critical Role shop. I mean, the Traveler always says impulse purchases are a good decision. The cuteness, it's overpowering. Roll an investigation if you want. It's basically perfect. Go ahead, darling. Treat yourself. Can you put donuts in this? I don't know. Only one way to find out. So click on over to the Critical Role shop. Don't worry, there's a few more minutes in the break. You still got time.
We started with my kid gloves with our first story, and now that we've all felt the true pain, it's
pretty hard.
Matt going full throttle though terrifies me.
It should.
That was tough.
Maybe
but, guys,
maybe the next person should be like super easy or something like that. Like
no.
Yeah.
I hate this. I'm so glad we're done with this.
We're not.
I feel
It's
that.
coming
I feel
back,
that.
Ash.
It's coming back
No!
soon.
No! Oh my god.
And guys, I've learned so much.
Oh yeah.
From all of you.
You bastard.
No, Matthew. What does that mean?
Hello, everyone. It's me, MARISHA Ray, Creative Director for Critical Role Content. And I want to take a moment to speak from the heart about how much we appreciate your support. No frills, no crazy gags, just honesty. Over the past 5 years, we've made a lot of ridiculous promos in an attempt to earn your subscription here on Twitch. We've leaned on juvenile prop humor, cheap costumes, and putting our loyal employees in slightly embarrassing situations, eagerly hoping that we've captured your attention. Today, I am not resorting to edgelord jokes written by Brian W. Foster, or dressing Sam as a celebrity to recreate an obscure commercial most people haven't seen to remind you that subscribing with a Twitch Prime account requires you to resubscribe each month. We don't always need an elaborate green screen gag or have to put Matt in cosplay to tell you that you can easily gift subscriptions to fellow critters if you're feeling generous. I mean, hell, I've consumed entire production days shooting complicated parody promos featuring Taliesin Jaffe as a vintage spooky boy in full monochromatic glory, all in the hope that your smile may turn into a sub. But not today. No weird graphics. No puppet murder. No Sam Riegel. It's just me, here to say thank you. Love you all. Good night.
And welcome back. So, where we left off, in the middle of this unexpected, chaotic battle on the top of the Midnight Hammer icebreaker ship in the frigid depths north of the Graying Wildlands, you were all unexpectedly ambushed by Captain Avantika back from the grave. Now currently even further empowered and focused by her patron, Ukutoa, long abandoned by Ford Stone, and seeking the final orb that would unlock, unseal, and release Ukutoa from his prison. In the middle of this battle, you tore through the various crawling Thule creatures that were coming their way from the ocean below, the crustaceans. You turned into a T-Rex and swallowed the mage companion to Avantika. The demonic creature, the strange frog individual that was tethered in some way to Avantika, called through, seems to have vanished with some of the damage that she had taken recently. No longer held in this domain by her concentration. But she did manage to grab the orb and, with a small bow, vanish from sight, facing in a somewhat southwest direction from where the ship is currently heading. What would you like to do?
Oh my god!
What do we do? What do we do?
What happened?
I'm going for it.
This is crazy.
Don't let her get away.
Lost.
What do we do?
What are you doing?
Very much lost.
I am throwing divine intervention.
Does anyone need healing or anything?
Okay.
I'm in
I did
pain.
not succeed.
I'm going to divine intervention too.
Okay.
Yeah, man. We only got 2 of these.
I'm
We're worth a
also
shot.
going to divine intervention.
Okay.
I found Jesus.
What am I trying to roll below my?
Below your level or below, so 13 or under. So declare one as the digit, the tens.
I've got the doubles.
You got
and
it.
the single.
Go for it.
Dippers. Come on.
No.
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 Unfortunately,
Bad?
your entities cannot reach you in the midst of this chaos.
Neither work.
Oh, no.
Are we going
Neither
after her?
worked.
The force and influence of
Try.
Ukutoa.
Can anyone make us dolphins or something?
I'm going to quickly heal everybody, just with a quick action. I'm going to hit everyone with a mass cure wounds.
I can.
Who's going after her?
Maybe.
Like to go.
I would like to go, but maybe I can run along the surface and chase you guys.
15.
Hey, that's great.
Okay.
Okay.
Yasha?
I could do it. I could also try to run. I don't have cold damage. I mean, I don't have cold resistance. Does that matter?
I don't know.
Well, does anyone here have walk on water, water walk?
We all do.
We all have it.
Water,
Okay,
walk,
that's right.
water.
How long does that last?
Lasts for an hour, doesn't it?
Longer, I think. Hold on.
Just double check.
When did you cast it?
At the beginning of the fight.
Top of the fight.
Oh, you're all water skiing now.
Yes.
1 hour.
Ropes,
You're right.
water
Okay.
skiing.
So you got.
I'm down to water ski a killer whale.
We've got water walk.
Can you drop it on some people?
Everyone's got it. It's already. I cast at the beginning of this.
No, but I mean, if we if we polymorph into sea creatures, will we just be sea creatures stuck on the top of the water?
You. I think you can just disengage it at will.
Just jet skiing. Oh,
If you disengage some people, does it disengage everybody?
Yeah, because it's not a concentration spell. I think you can just decide that it's over.
I will say you can decide to end it on a person who it's currently
Okay.
on.
Yeah.
On an individual
cool.
basis.
Yeah, the Hexblade's Curse doesn't provide a Hunter's Mark capability.
No, it does not.
It's just not like that.
All right, I'm gonna polymorph.
So are we going
couple
in
people.
different directions? We're going the way she left? Which way? I was a dinosaur. What
I
happened?
think we just
Yeah, we should.
Jesus.
I'm
100 feet.
I'm with you. If she was pointing one direction, we should all 3 take that direction, make a variance of like 15 to 20 degrees off
yes.
of that center line, and just
Yes.
go like that.
All right,
Go
let's
that
go.
way. Yes.
Okay, so who are the killer
Who's
whales?
going in? Who's being a whale?
You and me?
I'm not being the whale.
And
I'm
you're-
gonna ride a whale.
I'll
You're
be
going
one.
Whale.
Whale.
I'll be a whale. I'll be a whale. I'll be a whale. All right, I'm going to use my ring of spell splitting, and
Okay.
I'm going to cast
boy.
polymorph on both Yasha and Ford, and turn them both into killer whales.
Okay.
As
so,
we leap off the
Yeah,
ship.
I'd
Like to jump off.
both you and Ford kind of look at each other, nod, and then go into a sprint and a dive off
And
the edge
as
of
they
the ship.
dive, I'm gonna cast it out.
In mid-arc, they both balloon out into massive black and white orcas before crashing into the icy waters below, of which orcas are quite familiar with. You are unaffected by the cold temperatures of the ocean below you.
I grab a rope and shove it in my mouth, and I run to the side and turn into an orange and white killer whale like a Fanta mascot and go.
I'm gonna grab one of the ropes as he jumps, and I'm gonna jump in after him.
Okay.
I run and I grab one of the ropes from the rigging and I throw it around Yasha as she transforms.
I guess we're doing this.
Okay.
We're going after. Yep.
Okay, so who's
going?
3 directions.
So we have two of the killer whales currently have ropes in their mouth. Who is affixed to which killer whale?
I said I was affixed to the Caleb whale.
I'm affixed to the Yasha whale.
I'll be affixed to. Who else is a whale? You're a whale. I'm with you.
Wait,
Beth?
I mean, just gaming this out here. If you're attached to a 30-foot rope or something, what if the whale needs to dive?
We'll figure that out.
When we get to it.
Just let go and hope we can get back.
Drop it on underwater breathing water.
Breathe underwater.
Yeah.
Veth, get on my back.
I don't want to go out there.
I grab Veth as I fly over the edge.
Okay, so Veth is going with Beauregard, who is currently holding onto the Yasha.
I want to go.
Jester, you're going with
I grabbed the Caleb rope.
the Caleb rope. All right. And Caduceus, who are you going
I'm on the Ford rope.
Ford did not have a rope.
No, he did not grab a rope.
He did not grab a rope.
Go back and get a rope. Go back and get a
Grabbing
rope.
on with Jester then.
All right, with
That's a great
Jester
idea.
and Caduceus, you leap off the edge of the ship and are pulled down by the weight of an orca onto the hard surface of the ocean in which you are water walking. So,
I was picturing it like leaping, trying to be cool.
it is cool.
Same.
But you're
It is cool.
down by 2,000.
But you're still being pulled down by 2,000 pounds into the surface of the ocean in which you are.
I didn't want to water walk. I wanted to dive into the water, but
Water walking is on us. We have to.
Unless you wanted to cancel it.
I wanted to cancel it because we can all breathe underwater too, and I'm cold resistant. So I was planning on holding onto the rope and just going.
Okay.
Just imagine it like New Jersey's Action Park. It's cool.
You're not entirely wrong.
Class
You're not entirely wrong. Class Action Park.
I went there 5 times as a child.
All right.
You didn't.
I'm from Jersey,
We need to
man.
talk about this later.
Not to have a taunt.
So,
I was just trying to
Yeah, I hurt myself.
hop down.
I'm not cold resistant. What are we doing?
I was jumping in. I'm cold resistant. I don't know if it's smart for everybody to do it.
Don't go in the water.
No.
You're on Beauregard's back.
Skiing.
Okay, let's ski on the surface.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you both are keeping water walking on.
Yeah.
You keeping water walking on?
This is ridiculous.
All right.
Yeah.
You all take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you impact into the surface and just like holding on, your feet are skidding across the surface, which is almost slick like ice based on both the temperature and the magical effect that you're under. But with that case, you are being pulled along at an immense speed. What is the speed of the orca?
60 feet per round.
Which means at a dash, you are moving 120 feet per round.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm keeping track. I'm keeping track of the race here now. This is interesting.
Expeditious retreat doesn't amp that up, does it?
It would.
I have that.
But you can't cast it.
Can't cast it because you're a whale.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes.
Sorry.
All the spells go away.
Yep.
This is uncharted territory for me.
Believe me, if I could be a casting T-Rex, I would be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That would be terrifying. I would throw that at you every game.
Play a druid.
All right. So,
Get to level 20 and play a druid.
as you guys are all making your way through the water, the dark, freezing depths below, your feet now immediately numb within the first 30 seconds or so of skidding across the surface.
Oh no!
right.
Is that a small iceberg in front of us, both shaped like a ramp?
Oh no! I think it is! Hold on tight! Whoa!
Make an acrobatics check for me.
Barrel roll, okay. Do a barrel roll.
I make sure to swim a little bit to
Okay.
I'll give a little rush to you. Got it. You got it.
You know.
20.
20. As you get skid off to the side, the water spraying up a bit. You manage to just find the incline of this one slightly akimbo ice shelf, and you go leaping at a full angle and land, doing a complete barrel roll off the edge of the ice and catch it there, still holding onto Veth.
Officially,
Totally tubular.
officially jumping the shark. Critical roll.
I let out a whale, or whatever they do. That's a dolphin.
What does your killer whale sound like?
Oh no!
Is that
a baby grizzly.
Oh.
All right. So you did give a few rounds to this. So I'm keeping tabs. The first round is 120 feet. So I would like to have the orcas to make perception checks.
And we've split, right? Like a Y.
Yes, you guys have gone into this this trio, this kind of trident formation to kind of cover the most ground.
Advantage, perception.
Can I look too since I'm underwater?
You can with disadvantage.
Okay.
13.
15.
12.
Nothing yet.
Advantage, right? No,
Wait,
not as
8
orcas.
plus 5,
Orcas don't get advantage, right? Just you.
You are having no luck seeing any sign or trace
14.
of an entity or your quarry. You do rush past and see a couple of shapes for a moment, but you see them as just a small cluster of seals that just kind of dart away from you as fast as they can at your arrival. Going into
the seal sound, actually.
Wait, what a seal.
There you go.
I'm trying to find it. I don't know.
Next spaceship taking off and all 4 rocket boosters exploding.
There it is.
Continuing onward, you are staying close to the surface currently to keep these people here, right? So, moving to the 240-foot mark.
Dive down.
Yep.
240 foot.
Right.
But you can dive down. You don't have anybody on you.
No.
I'm gonna make my way to the top of Bo.
Okay.
Onto her shoulders, standing, and just kind of like.
Caduceus, can we dive under?
Oh god, I don't want to, but
You can't talk. You can't.
I'll put my leg up.
Oh wait, no, you can. You're holding on. You're holding on. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Wait, Caduceus is on which whale?
Cirque du Soleil.
On you.
On with us? Okay. Oh yeah, the creamsicle whale dives.
Okay. You watch as Caduceus gesture beneath the water. Alrighty. I'd like a perception check from all 3 whales, please.
I'm going to
On.
And then for both of you, perception checks with disadvantage.
New dice.
Come on.
Which
come
one?
on.
We're scared.
No,
Natural 20!
with disadvantage.
Oh, fuck.
Natural
Also-
20!
Nice.
28.
With this,
Great.
I rolled a 19 and a 20 with advantage.
With disadvantage, 28?
Yep.
That's great.
28 with
All right.
with disadvantage.
11.
21 with disadvantage.
Oh,
It's so pretty. I'm taking
26 with disadvantage. I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna roll 2 for the surface. Maybe we'll see something on the surface.
Yeah, same.
I got a 4.
I got a 3. But we look amazing.
In fact, that's what you guys are focused on right now.
Yeah.
Like, the adrenaline's still pumping from that
Yeah.
landing. It's pretty slick.
I just kind of prop my, and then do a full lift.
And I'm gonna transfer so my hands are on her
Okay,
head.
perfect. Yep. And one-handed.
Oh, one hand.
Yep. And nailed it.
Nice. Okay. So, you don't see a sign of anything yet.
Oh, fuck.
Even with a natural 20, there's nothing within your visual range here that catches your attention. We move on to the next round.
Just 500 feet.
That's it.
500
How do
feet.
you beat that?
Keep rolling.
She can't swim as fast as we can.
One more time.
Just because you're all really high doesn't mean that you can see miles away or anything that this distance. It's a high roll and proximity and location. So I'm keeping track of a lot of like a
Also,
matrix here.
I could have gotten a 19 and a 20 in the wrong direction.
Yes, we're also
Exactly.
could be swimming in the wrong direction.
Right.
We
Yeah.
have no idea.
Also depends on surface and depth. There's a lot of factors here. And trio.
How long
Got it.
does polymorph is an hour?
An hour.
I'm gonna.
All right. So
Get back.
so now with you guys diving beneath the surface, and you so are you diving as well? Or are you staying close towards
It's 60 feet under the surface.
6 feet under the surface? How deep are you, Caleb?
How deep is my love? Like 100 feet down.
Okay.
100 feet?
You'll lose visibility.
That's
with
terrible.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's very dark down there, speaking from a scuba diver.
I'm using hearing.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast protection from energy on myself while we're rolling.
Good call.
Thank you.
On cold, I imagine?
Yep.
The icy depths do not affect you negatively.
Thank you.
They were about to, but you're good. Okay. You watch as you guys are holding on beneath. Caduceus kind of pulls one hand up and does like a slight undulating motion with his wrist, brings it back to his chest, and there's this burst of cold energy around his torso that drifts off, and you now see as the icy water seems to almost drift away from him before it impacts, which is nice.
Hey.
All right, perception checks from all of you beneath the surface.
Come on.
You guys can make checks if you want.
Yeah. Why not?
16.
16, okay.
You taking another picture?
Natural 20.
Again? Whoa!
A 1 and a 20 this time.
Nice.
A natural 1.
I got a 6.
12.
We're talking about
12.
costumes now.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, I
16.
think we kind
Got
of
it.
look like flames.
It would look really cool.
I'm in ice and you are in flames.
and ice.
It's great.
Okay. Caleb, you hear thrashing faintly in the water, kind of loosely in the direction you are traveling, though you can't pinpoint it. But you do get the essence that there is something also swimming a ways ahead of you.
Okay. I go and replicate what I learned from Star Trek, that old Star Trek movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cisco Bay, maybe.
Yeah.
Search for see-through aluminum.
And call the other whales. Move over, cows.
Whales is
Sea cows.
The direction that you hear it from is a little bit upward and it kind of crosses with the path that Ford is currently pursuing.
60 feet.
So I'll try to course correct as I continue to stream forward.
All right. So moving on to the next.
And I moo that out.
Right. Continuing to push forward.
Come on, one more 20.
Everyone make another perception check.
Come on, universe. Give me another one.
Nope. Double 1.
Average.
2 and 3.
Nice! Cleric's bringing it up the rear.
Yeah.
I got a 19.
I got a 4.
My eyes were closed.
17?
14.
14, 17.
5.
Okay. You heard what Caleb had kind of disseminated throughout the water, though you do not understand. Well, no, you are one of the whales. So you pick up on what he's saying, but you're all still losing it. Like it's becoming hard to follow. You're still at quite a distance from whatever this is, and you're starting to lose the trail a bit. But you recall the direction you were traveling and you continue to push that way in hopes that you haven't been noticed, or you could alter your path. What would you like to do?
I will stop mooing in the water, but go in the same direction.
Okay.
Dragging the clerics as I go.
Same?
Yeah.
Are you continuing to fan out, or are you beginning to converge with Ford and Caleb?
So you've been communicating.
I
and,
just
like,
now
over here.
mooed out this way.
Okay.
Follow me. And then I stop talking.
I'm gonna start making my way to Caleb.
Okay.
Swimming over, also putting the tail out, making it look pretty to add to the show.
You got it. All right.
Got a fountain going. Nice. It's great.
Are you joining with this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you guys are beginning to slowly bring your fanning pattern back together. Moving on for another batch here. This is interesting. Okay. Continuing to push forward, keeping down in this darker, like 70 or so foot depth. What little bit of light is coming through the clouds and the storm above is helping give a little bit of visibility to those of you who are relying on sight. However, the rest of you, the hearing, it's very unique being underwater. It's an odd sense of having awareness of much more space than what you're used to, and picking up just shifting movement and sound and elements, and being able to understand a vague idea of the vicinity. It's unique. And hopefully it will be enough. So I would need everyone here to go ahead and roll perception again. Once again, disadvantage for those of you who are not whales.
I'm gonna guide you.
Okay.
20.
You said it.
Oh.
And that's a D4?
14.
It's actually okay this
19
time.
on the surface again.
20 on the surface this time.
Okay.
Blurry visibility is shitty, and since you're convening to join them, you guys are keeping out, and you see in the distance more heavier ice flows. In fact, the path you're heading right now looks to be a very clustered path of jagged, broken ice shelves.
Oh, God.
And right as you realize this, the rope pulls you underwater.
Hold your breath!
Well, we can't. We got water walk on.
You can drop it. You choose.
You guys, if you want, you choose to drop it if you want to.
No, you can just drop it.
You've got a ring on though.
He has to.
No.
Matt said that the person with it on.
Does it force you from going underwater? Is it more like a life
Technically,
vest?
no, it makes you buoyant.
It makes you buoyant. It's less about you cannot break the surface. It's just you're resisting it, which would be which would be tough if you're being dragged through the water by an orca. It would slow her down.
Going 100.
Can I through the water by an orca? It would slow her down.
Going 100.
Can I kind of grab Veth and try and do some monk shit and maneuver around it and kind of like pop over top of it?
Like hop through.
How long is the rope you have?
30 feet.
Well, I don't
30
know.
feet-ish, I guess.
She is now going 60 feet underwater. So either you have to hold onto the rope and go under the water with her, or let go and try and run across the surface in the ice above. It's your call.
What if we let go, run across, and then on the other side we'll rejoin with her?
Well,
No.
because I can, if it's a 30-foot rope, we're not necessarily at the end of the rope. My dash speed is 100 feet. Unless you want to hold your breath.
Can I even go under the water? I'm wearing a ring of water walking.
Underwater breathing.
They all have water.
In the same regard, if you wanted to will to go under there, you could let the effect subside.
Just go under fucking water.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody can breathe.
Go underwater.
Okay, I kind of clutch onto Veth for added protection. And
All right, and in that moment of choose top or, to go top route or underneath, you make the choice. And instinctually take a deep breath, though it will not matter before you both plunge beneath the surface.
All right, so.
All right. Perception checks?
Oh, yeah, we all rolled.
Yes.
Oh, 19.
19.
Dirty 20.
Mine was 19 on the surface.
Right.
7.
14.
20.
All right. And now for you guys, perception checks with disadvantage. There's a note, and now you're under the water. You're picking up that sound of thrashing again. You still can't quite pinpoint the specific direction, but you know it's loosely in front of you. You feel like you're on the tail of it to a degree. If you can maintain some semblance of the same rolls, you'll continue to hone in on it. If you don't, you'll begin to lose it. So that brings us to... You are slowly gaining at the moment.
Keep guarding me, Jesse.
Both Veth and Beauregard, you both take 6 points of cold damage from the impact of the icy waters that you've been dragged underneath. The rest of you, make your perception checks.
That's not good.
Well, you guys as well, make your perception checks, but with disadvantage if you're not a whale.
1.
Oh no.
Another natural 20 that I get to burn. 16.
Did you
Natural 1.
Me too.
Yeah.
21.
21, nice.
It's darker under here.
16,
So fucking cold.
19.
Well,
All of you begin to lose the thrashing sound except for Yasha. Yasha, you can pick up on it, and as you're honing in on it, you begin to see the intent and the drive from Yasha swimming and pulling you guys along into the water beneath. It's beginning to dive a bit, and you watch Yasha beginning to go into a deeper trajectory, and you all can adjust with her if you'd like.
I call out too.
Yep. I live for this. Okay.
Well, they do make those clicking sounds and stuff.
All right. Feeling like you're getting closer, you're beginning to push more and more in that direction as it gets deeper and deeper. The light begins to subside, and the two of you can barely see anything. You can hear things better than you can see them almost, and the depths are freezing cold. You both take 4 points of cold damage.
you did take your 15 positive before we left the boat, right?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, 15?
Before we left the boat.
Yeah, he did a mass cure wound, so everybody did heal 15 before you left.
That helps.
How long have we been swimming for? Like 10, 15, 20 minutes or something? 30 minutes?
At this point, it would be about... No, I'm going round by round here.
Round by round, got it.
Because this is a distance travel, like this is a...
Okay.
You either win quickly or you lose quickly.
Okay.
So, you are now on round 7.
Are we?
Since leaving
We're
mission.
still rolling. We're still going at 120 feet per second?
Exactly.
Because we're using...
Double.
Whale speed, dash.
Yeah, whale speed with the dash.
And doesn't that take an action?
It does.
Yeah, nobody's attacking.
But I mean, we're also rolling perception?
For this, it's just keeping an eye out and hearing. You don't, this is more of like, just like as you're swimming hard, you're just listening out for it.
Yeah, it's different than investigation.
So, perception checks for the whales and perception checks for the underwater.
Checks for the whales.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
20.
20.
Did you take it?
22.
Did you give it to me?
I didn't. I
No, I
used it
didn't.
myself. Okay.
I just went total
23.
These are my dice.
21.
Ooh.
That's a good round.
Wait, hold on.
Disadvantage.
19.
That's a very good round.
11.
All of you begin to pick up the sound of swimming and thrashing. It is from a smaller source than the whales, and it begins to shift like it's reacting to your presence, and is thrashing faster and with more intent. Let's go ahead and move to the next round.
What is this thing?
How much time has transpired?
Forming an emotional bond.
You're under a minute.
Okay.
They did really well, right?
Another round of perception?
Another round of perception, yeah.
Ooh.
Natural 20.
25.
No fucking
Damn.
way. 3 of them?
Yep.
Wow.
You have rolled some 20s tonight.
These are my dice.
Yeah.
These are my dice.
Natural 20.
Oh, shit!
Okay.
13.
13.
You guys are
11.
9.
25.
9.
Okay. That's more than half over 20. You begin to make out from the source, and it is now diving deeper into the lightless depths below. But you see a humanoid figure currently swimming its way beneath the waters.
How far away?
At the moment, it is 80 feet away from you.
Just a single human figure?
Single humanoid figure.
Whoa.
I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt. At 3rd level.
Right now? Okay. Go ahead, roll for attack with disadvantage.
Is that okay?
Do it. It highlights her.
Yeah, I love it. Come on, cowgirl, get it.
Damn it. No, that's 12.
12 misses, unfortunately. Zoof, it streaks by, but you all watch as this bead of bright light, like a firing flare of divine energy, just streaks into the depths below. And as it does, for a split second, you see the darkened, shadowed outline of what you assume is Avantika, ducking out, like dodging out of the way, looking over and seeing this rapidly gaining pod of whales and the hitchhikers that currently clutch to the ropes, making their way, bearing down upon her.
You missed, but that's a fucking great visual.
Yeah, it really is.
So, going into the next round.
some light.
This is that.
This is crazy.
Maddie, do we take another set of cold damage?
You do. Take 3 cold damage.
Yay.
How you guys holding up?
You're fine.
All right.
About half for me.
Me too.
You are 20 feet from her.
We can eat her.
I can.
Feeding frenzy.
Can I use...
Do it.
Can I use my Relentless Hex as a bonus action to magically teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of the target cursed by your hex
You have to
spell?
drop your whale.
I will say, for the purposes of this and how the hex is attuned to you, you would have to drop your whale form.
You don't have any hitchhikers.
You don't have any hitchhikers?
Yeah, you're an underwater dude. It's kind of cool.
And you can hitch her
I'll drop it.
Okay. You watch as one of the whale forms zoof, vanishes, and a secondary dark shadow of the captain, Ford Stone, dives forth, and then in a flash, you see just a few bubbles left behind, and he's gone. As Avantika is diving down suddenly in front of her, you appear, the blade glowing like this underwater torchlight.
Can I take 2 swings?
You can.
Oh my god.
Get her!
I love this game.
Yeah.
That's 21 to hit.
It's at
21 misses.
Oh, she's badass.
She is. That's 17 plus 12 is
Oh, okay.
29.
That hits. Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage.
Come on.
It's 10. 24 points of force damage.
From
1 slash.
1 slash. Nice. All right. So she gets struck in the side as her mouth opens. No bubbles emerge. She doesn't breathe air at the moment.
Shocker.
She's going to use her reaction to you do a hungry swipe. She's going to strike at you out with the dagger. And that dagger is going to be a 21 to hit.
That hits, and I will roll with my armor of hexes.
I know, it's still lasting.
And it's a 4, so it misses.
Let's see here. Well, this is the 9th round, and you cast the hex.
Oh, it does last a certain amount of time, doesn't it?
It lasts for 10 rounds, so it would not. So we'll say for the purposes of this, this is the last round it'll happen.
Okay.
We'll say it's the last round that you have a hex.
Okay.
Ooh. So it misses. The dagger swings wide, and at that point, the shadows dissipate from her body.
Oh, shit.
The hex is no longer there.
Okay.
But you are both swimming in tandem now, while you're both striking at each other as she's still trying to push away. So the next round, the whales will catch up, because she does not swim as fast as orcas. So,
Sacred Flame? Yeah, we'll wait till.
For the purposes of this, let's go ahead and roll. We don't need a battlefield here, but we can roll initiative to see what order people are going in.
A brand new initiative.
Brand new initiative.
Natural 20.
Okay.
So 25 total for Bo.
All right.
Natural 1.
Yeah.
If I
So
could have
5
just had
total for Jester.
There you go.
that natural 20 on literally any other thing this game.
All right. So 25 to 20, we got Bo. 20 to 15.
17.
17.
18.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh la la.
All right, and we have Caduceus and Caleb. 15 to 10.
14.
All right. 10 to 5.
5. Did you roll for it?
I did.
Oh.
What'd you get?
4. No, 2.
Ooh. There you go. All right, Bo, you're up first.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna yank on the rope and kind of run along the back of Yasha Whale, and then I'm gonna kind of kick off of Yasha Whale's nose, do a forward flip, and then get to her. 50 feet of movement. So
50 feet of movement halved because you're underwater, so it's 25. You were 20 feet. You were 20 feet from her, so you can get there.
So I can get there
because you're following this. So you can get there.
Okay, and I use a little bit of current from Yasha Whale.
You just kind of torpedo Bo towards.
Yeah.
Go for it.
But
that sounds fun. And then I'm gonna torpedo Bo headbutt.
You like slow down as you get there, and you're like,
boom.
I just envision like Robin Williams in the Popeye movie when he like torpedo Popeyes into the octopus at the end. There you go. Yeah.
I bonk her a little bit, but then I do like the 5-inch punch and then
go for it.
And
So
then go the rest
roll
of
your
the
attacks.
way.
Your attacks all have
1-inch punch. Whatever.
your attacks are all disadvantaged because you're underwater.
Disadvantage. All right. So first attack. 22.
22 misses.
22
Whoa.
misses. Second attack. Misses.
22.
You go in and you about to touch and you 1-inch punch and she just ducks out of the way. She's pretty comfortable under the water. And you go for a second strike and she moves out of the way again. You got your bonus.
Fucking irritated. Flurry of blows.
You're not the only dodge tank in the world.
Yeah. I'm just gonna resort to like bar brawl 18-year-old Bo and start like clawing and try and grab at her coat.
You got it.
Shit. Oh, yeah, okay. 27.
27 hits.
Yeah, I grab her hoops. And 15.
15 damage or to hit?
15 damage.
Okay, 15
on
damage.
that first one. On
You
that
got
first
it.
one.
All right.
Next one, disadvantage. No, that's a 1 and a 6.
Okay, you do get one hit off. Like, you hit her off in the temple.
Stunning strike.
You know she's immune to stunning.
No, I'm immune to.
That's okay.
She's immune to. I know she's.
I will allow you to not spend that point because you would know that.
No, I know that already. I just pull her hair. This feels like all I got.
Sure, it comes free. With relative ease. Her hat is gone, and there is now a chunk of exposed skull.
Yeah, with a little bit of like flesh and bone attached to it. That's cool.
Alrighty, that finishes Bo's go. Yasha, you are going simultaneously with Avantika. Okay. What's your dexterity?
16.
I will say Avantika actually goes a little bit before you.
That's fine.
So.
Ladies first.
In proximity with Bo and Ford, Ford's going to be the source of her frustration. Even though you just pulled her hair out, she's like, whatever. You're the one that she has some history to deal with.
Just a little bit.
So after the hair tugs off a bit, her head kind of snaps in your direction with a horrible whipping and clicking into position. The head still tilted to one side, the eyes still glowing with that odd yellow. The pupil isn't even visible now. You just see these kind of yellow glow, the same glow you recall from many dreams you had with Ukutoa over the past year. The rapier comes out to strike at you with the first strike. That is going to be an 18 to hit.
It hits.
It hits. With that, the rapier does 14 points of piercing damage to you.
Okay, 14.
As it strikes you, the blood out there, and you feel this cold sensation in the wound, and you watch this dull glow like down the rapier, like it pulled energy out of you. Ah, fucker.
Healing.
And it's just kind of, the glow goes into her, and it's just kind of pulsing within her torso ever so gently. She's gonna now strike with the dagger as her offhand before she goes in for the secondary rapier attack. So the dagger strike is gonna be 20 to hit.
Hits.
You take 10 points of piercing damage.
Blood in the water.
And as the dagger cuts through your midsection, necrotic energy suddenly pierces into the wound that it leaves behind, dealing an additional 11 points of necrotic damage to you. And she pulls back with the rapier for now her third and final strike and goes to pierce you a third time. Oh, that is a 30 to hit.
Yeah, I think it is.
Jesus.
I think it is.
You take 16 points of piercing damage. And as the blade sticks into you, that glow that she pulled out of you charges through the arm, through the rapier, and into the wound, and then bursts on the inside. You feel this horrible burning sensation, like a portion of your soul is being charred on the inside as she uses her soul burn ability.
Soul burn.
She seems to be able to draw out elements of somebody's soul and then redirect it. So you take from that.
It's me, soul. Don't hurt me.
You know me, soul.
Soul knows the way.
28 points of necrotic damage.
Wow.
How you doing, buddy?
Wow.
And she's going to continue. She's going to stay put because she's currently now in a defensive position between the two of you.
Yeah.
And is starting to feel a little confident on now that she's brought you into her favored terrain, if you will. All right, that's going to finish Vantika's go. Yasha, you're up.
Okay.
As a whale.
Can I just try to go chomp on her?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. What do I just? It's
attack roll, but you could either try to damage her or choose instead to grapple her.
Yeah, I want to.
Your call.
I mean, I want to do damage and grapple. But it's just one attack because it's a whale?
Yep. You get one attack, it's a bite. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just gonna bite and hold her down.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll an attack and add 6 to the attack roll.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I'm doing the math in my head.
Yeah. 20 total.
20 total. Unfortunately, as you swing by, she just ducks beneath and kind of skids across the blubber as you dive and kind of curl around, unable to find purchase with your teeth.
17 or higher, I think.
Well, 22 misses on her.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh,
so
yeah, she's
killer whales aren't going to do shit.
Unless you roll really high.
Unless
you
you
don't
roll
know.
really high.
All right, that finishes Yasha's go. Caduceus and Caleb, you're up.
That's going to be natural dice roll, 17 or higher. Maybe.
You can go first.
I'm just going to try to bite her and hurt her. Long shot. 23.
23 does hit.
Ooh,
Go ahead and roll damage on that.
That's winner.
That just hits.
Wow. Okay.
24 points of piercing damage.
Whoa!
Nice. So, as she ducks out of the way of Yasha, swooshing by, she prepares herself to focus between kind of the dueling stance of between Beauregard and Ford, and without realizing, she looks down just in time to see this giant, angry orca maw come up from beneath and close on her leg. She pushes off and kicks out of your mouth, but as she does, there's a stream of dark liquid, long coagulated blood now released into the water around her, leaving a dark cloud around the outside of her torso.
Fanta, don't you want that?
Alrighty, that finishes Caleb's go. Caduceus?
I'm keeping a little bit of distance, just like not a ton of distance, but I'm going to Sacred Flame at this point.
Okay, you got it. What's the save on that?
It's a Dex save.
Dex save. She's good at those. That is a 27.
Motherfucker. Okay, good to know.
All right, so as you release the Sacred Flame, it flares, but where it flares, she's suddenly not there. It seems like as the spell itself, she almost seems to deflect the spell and use that deflection energy to vanish from her spot and teleport 30 feet towards you.
Did that actually work?
It did.
So she's no longer grappled?
She's no longer grappled.
Oh.
Well, I don't think she was grappled previously.
Oh, she was just bit.
She was just bit.
Oh.
But suddenly she vanishes.
Still 30 feet away from me.
Seems
so that's
that
cool.
Seems that directed spells, she has another trick up her sleeve.
Cool to know.
So now she's pretty close to you.
Yeah.
Within a short distance, she can get to you. All right, that finishes your go. Caduceus, Veth, you're up. Jester, you're on deck.
Wait, what did she just do?
Who is
She
she near now?
teleported 30 feet towards me because I did a direct spell.
He did a spell towards her. The flame burst, and as it did, she almost seemed to like push it to the side and then vanish and then appear 30 feet closer to Caduceus.
Oh, wow.
Slid through the
So how far is she from moi?
From you, since you were riding by, holding on to Beauregard and drop behind, if you were holding onto the rope still, you could have let go and be within 50 feet of her.
Okay. Boy, oh boy. This is so confusing.
Also, Beauregard and Veth, you both take 6 points of cold damage.
Okay, great. Not so much I can do. Is she engaged with anyone?
At the moment, no, she teleported away.
Damn it. And it's pointless to shoot a crossbow at her. I mean, it's not pointless.
She's not up at Caddy right now?
No,
She's 30 feet away from you.
30 feet from Caddy, got it.
Yeah, and 30 feet away from...
I've got nowhere to hide. I'll do the same fucking thing again. I will cast Phantasmal Force at her.
Okay, and that is an intelligence, right?
Yes.
That is a natural 1.
Ah, thank you.
Okay. I didn't expect that to work. Ford's holding his sword, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I will, through force of my charisma, I will make her believe that Ford's sword is the orb.
Okay.
Ooh, like he stole it away from her when they were fighting.
Okay. So as she darts towards Caduceus and takes kind of stock of the vicinity, she glances back towards you and her face goes wide suddenly. She glances towards her belt and back towards you. Okay. That's your turn?
That's all I got.
You got it. All right, that brings us to Jester. Ford, you're on deck.
What does Phantasmal Force do?
It makes her believe something.
It's not like a charm spell where if I attack her, it's going to break that illusion.
Oh no.
Huh?
Paying attention to some shit. All right, making plan. Sorry.
She just sicked Avantika back on Ford.
Right.
Essentially.
Yeah.
And how far away am I from everybody? I guess I was holding on to Caleb, so I'm up with...
You're holding on to Caleb. You guys, you're right now, I'd say about 40 feet from Avantika, and you guys are all pretty clustered in this like little orb that was around her before she teleported out.
Okay. So I can't get to her. How's everybody doing? Gonna die?
It's cold down here.
I'm gonna...
That's cool.
Is this how hard it is for you to heal someone?
Yeah. I am going to.
I know, it's like each new opportunity is a chance to not fuck up, and it sucks when you do. I've been doing it all day.
I can't use my. This is my 7th level spell. Are we that low? On health?
No, not yet.
Okay, then I'm not gonna do it.
Orca power.
Okay, then I'm gonna just 3rd level. 3rd level, I'm gonna try to guiding bolt her again.
Go for it. Roll for an attack.
Come on.
Because you're close, you do not have disadvantage on the attack.
Killer.
Whale.
Oh! 28!
That definitely hits.
Oh my gosh. That's 66, okay.
And the next attack against her has advantage.
Yeah!
As she is a bright, shiny beacon to be pinated here beneath the ocean.
5, 6. What? 11, 15, 19 points.
19 points of damage, nice. So as you release this blast, it shoots through once again like a divine torpedo, blasting her in the side, and as it does, you watch as it burns up the side, almost ignoring the fact that you're underwater for a brief moment, and you see flames, their own divine nature, just pushing through the water like it's just air and singeing up the side of her body. And as it burns there, you all have this bright, open view of Avantika giving off this radius of bright light around her. Did that finish your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Ford, you're up.
2.
I'll take 2 swings.
Do it.
Okay, you have to move 30 feet to swim up to her, though, but you have...
Because she moved away, right?
Correct. Does your armor allow you to swim?
Mariner's breastplate.
Yeah, you still have the breastplate, so yeah, you can catch up to her 30 feet. You can totally do that.
Come on. Poetry in motion.
There's ought to be 1 in the day, right? That's 29.
Yes.
That definitely hits.
Okay. That's 13 points.
13 points of damage.
Second one.
Second strike.
This is just regular, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
No advantage.
this is regular strike.
Advantage is gonna.
It's 28.
28 hits again.
I'm going to pump a divine smite into this.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
That's right, because you still have paladin spell levels.
This one.
Do it.
14 plus 2d8.
3d8 because she is undead.
She is undead. Ooh. Fuck! What did I say? 14. What was the first one? 14 points?
Yeah.
8, 16, 20, 34 points of damage.
34 points of damage. How do you want to do this?
Oh man.
Yes!
Oh
my god.
Shit. I'll swim up to her, and on the first strike, it turns her, and on the second one, as I bring the sword back around, you see like yellow energy shimmer from the water around Ford, and it collects and runs up through him, and the runes pulse on the Star Razor.
You all
channel
watch
in.
as the runes pulse upon the Star Razor. The blade itself seems to almost extend an additional 1.5 inches. You watch as additional runes that previously were not visible on the blade begin to appear on the outer edge of the base of the blade.
What? I was just making that shit up.
Continue.
They pulse. Ford's yellow eyes flash because fuck Ukatoa, and just bisect her.
As the blade impacts and cuts through the body, you just see the swing. All the energy streaks through, and there's a moment where it's just calm and still in the darkness below. Avantika doesn't react. The blade itself now goes dark. And you watch as the center of the chest, a thin line of white light appears.
Mm-hmm.
Her head lolls down towards it and looks back up towards you. And as she opens her mouth, the inside of her mouth is glowing with that same light. As it bursts, completely sending the upper part of her torso and the lower half of her body scattering from each other, as in the middle of this space, it's like when you see a depth charge explode, there's a under the water before it vanishes there, leaving the two parts of her just sitting adrift, lifeless and unlifeless in the dark depths.
Go get the orb. Go get the orb.
Yeah. I swim down to her lower half, find whatever knapsack or pocket she was putting it in, search for it, and try.
Roll an investigation check.
Oh God, please have it.
Otherwise, we just have to take her whole.
Yeah.
Her body has taken quite a beating in the past few rounds. This is
24.
24. As you rush up towards the body, you kind of glance over and watch the jostling of the impact has torn free the orb. But as it begins to plummet, you catch it.
Yeah. I just hold it for a second. I look over at everyone, including a shitload of whales. I look at Caleb's giant albino and cream-colored killer whale.
Orange Julius.
I'm going to hold on to this for a little bit, if you don't mind, and I will put it in the bag of holding. Are there any other reinforcements of hers that were coming?
Perception check.
We've been chasing, I'm pretty sure. That's a 2.
We should run.
You look pretty low. And by the way, Ford and Veth take 2 points of cold damage.
Did you mean Bo?
Bo, sorry.
2?
And me too now.
2.
Oh yeah, we should get back.
Yeah,
and you as well, because you're not going to orca.
Really quick, I'm going to do a mass cure wounds for everybody. Who needs it? Not the whales, I suppose, but 1,
I'll take it.
2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone else is fine. Are any whales hurt? Okay.
No whales were hurt in the
So
Whales were hurt in this fight.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That sucked 6.
What?
16 healing to everyone.
That's great.
All right.
What I just burned.
The cold is taking its toll on those who are not protected from the elements. As you are healed by Caduceus, the whales begin to gather the party that needs some assistance to swim, and you hear new sounds in the water around you. Other orcas seem to have called upon the sounds you have been making, and the call to join. And as you begin to make your way up back to the surface of the water, you watch as they tear into the remains of Avantika. A very easy, scavenged meal.
And her sword and dagger have fallen, right?
They have begun to sink unless one of you wants to try and catch them before they reach the bottom of the ocean.
I wouldn't mind trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do a dash, so 60 feet or whatever.
All right. I will say this is going to be a perception check. You have dark vision?
I do.
That will help. So make a perception check.
Okay. That's 18.
18. Okay. You grab the dagger. Go ahead and roll for the other weapon.
Perception for the...
Yes.
Can I cast enhance ability? Oh, it's touch.
19.
19. You also grab the rapier.
You
have them both.
Checks?
Yeah, those are really good perception checks. So you have both the weapons. You can put them in your bag of holding and begin to catch up with the rest of them.
I'll probably take another.
Oh, you do. Everyone takes... actually, that's way too many dice. I don't know why I did that. 3 points of cold damage to the lot of you, but you will...
I'm cool.
If you guys are waiting for Ford, or are you heading up to the surface?
We'll wait for Ford.
I'm gonna go up.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for Ford.
I'll wait.
I'll grab Veth and we go for the water walking buoyancy. Try and get up.
You both take 3 more points of cold damage before you reach the surface. The Ford returns for the weapons and takes another 5. And the rest of you begin to make your way to the icy crest of the ocean. A little ways away from the ship, but you still have 2 orcas that can pull the rest of the crew, and you're only a little over 1,000 feet away from the Midnight Hammer. So you manage to drag the rest of the party to the outskirts of the boat, where you see the crew remaining, including Captain Kem Larad, whose ears are dripping a little bit of blood from the screamer earlier, kind of glanced over the side and goes, "All right, so you made some friends. Where's the rest of you?"
They're coming.
This is the rest of... Yeah.
They're
Well,
whales.
throw the ladder over. And they throw two of the metallic chain ladders over the side, that clank down and then splash into the water below. Those who wish to could drop their orc form, but eventually you all climb your way back onto the deck of the ship.
No, not yet.
Don't drop
First, Killer Whale bumps Jester a little too hard. And if you've ever seen a killer whale, like a giant aquatic creature, like do a big toothy smile.
Oh, I do that thing where they reach in and they pet the tongue.
You gotta do it. Yeah.
There it is.
There you go. Big boy. Okay.
Scheiße, the
Don't
water is
make-
cold.
Special.
Caduceus, can you start boiling some water for tea, like right now?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna take this stuff off and put on something dry and start the kettle.
Take the rod of hand warming.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Everybody huddle around the rod of hand
Just
warming.
all hold it.
That mage.
Just do the
That mage was swallowed, right? Eaten whole.
Yeah, Caleb ate him as
I
a.
ate him. He'll come out later.
Oh, God.
If
I think.
If the
How does that
crystal
work?
that
I'm not entirely sure.
if the crystal that he had
So-
happens to make its way out, that would be useful.
So if we are going specifically into the details of what happens when somebody eats something and then polymorphs
yes,
back,
we are, Matt.
I didn't detail at the time because we were in the middle of the rush for the narrative, but when you transformed, in the process of transforming back, you regurgitate the remains of what you had devoured.
Ew.
So there is a pulverized corpse of whatever that strange fish humanoid creature was sitting frozen on the upper deck of the ship.
Oh, good.
Do we want to interrogate it
deck, if
later
you
or
will.
no?
I'm gonna go look for the try and investigate and find that crystal that he used to search for the cloven crystal.
Okay, make an investigation check.
I'm gonna run up to Ford and enhance his abilities to do so.
Okay, so advantage on your investigation check.
21.
21. Sifting through the thoroughly trashed remains of this creature, it is just a pile of
Thank you.
of chum. But you find within one of its torn satchels a small kind of orangish crystal. It looks cloudy towards the base and then comes to more of a glassy finish at one of its jagged natural points. But that is what you recall him pulling out when he arrived.
I'll scoop some sleety snow off of the railing of the ship and kind of wash it off and hold it up and show Caleb. Be like, this is what they used. I don't know if you can divine anything from it to use it, but
Probably so, yeah. I'll borrow
yours.
it for a bit.
Got a lot of things for you to look at.
What about, you picked up some toys down below as well? Should I take
yes,
the those?
yeah, I'll take out the rapier and the dagger and lay them on the deck.
Interesting point. When you pulled the rapier forth, you recall when Avantika was wielding it and striking you, it had that kind of twisted tentacle-like design along the central blade, and it was a really intricate barnacle-encrusted handle to it. When you pull it from the bag, it's just a plain rapier.
This looks different than it did before.
King's blessing.
Maybe there's a way to activate it or unlock it, or maybe it's bereft of all the power.
I think the power was inside her all along.
It's very positive of you.
Probably the blessing of your former master. Endowed with.
I'm assuming that because while it was hidden in your necklace, it wasn't necessarily off or out of this plane. They were able to locate it. The bag of holding is another plane, a pocket dimension, right?
Yeah, we should probably think of a more. That's the short-term solution, yeah. But we should think of a long-term, like perhaps visiting Yusa when we have free time. When do we have free time? And perhaps depositing it within the heirloom sphere.
There's another
Or
idea.
leaving it.
Yasha,
Yeah.
would you take a swing at this fucking orb and see what happens?
It would be my pleasure.
Do you have the power to do that right now?
She was able to smash that bowl
Magician's
back in the
judge,
day.
yeah. Everybody back up a few steps.
Judge.
I had wanted to hold on to this because it's always better to hold the last key than to open up the possibilities of it being reformed or remade and then out of our control. But this is the second time that you all have been put in danger, and we don't seem to be on a... I don't know. It just seems like a better equation if it's out of it.
Sure.
I'm going to bless you before
if it's possible, what it means.
Okay, that's an extra D4.
Yep.
Okay. Which one do I do?
So, are you striking the cloven crystal?
Yeah.
With
Magician's Judge.
All right. Do you set it in the center of the deck here on the top of the ship, or do you do it below decks? What do you do?
We should do it below deck probably so it doesn't bounce away and fall into the water.
Actually, are there any of those floating glaciers outside of the ship?
The ship has been slowly moving. You glance over. It's a little sporadic, but there are a handful of floating ice
get away if
sheets
it's on the ocean.
I just don't want it to explode and ruin the ship.
I think maybe we wait.
I have to remind us of one very important detail, too.
I walk around and I start picking up all the fireworks.
That's it. The deck is covered in 2 shopping carts
Before
worth
this,
of...
I don't know what it will do.
I was waiting for one errant fireball.
Oh, I was aware the whole time. I was aware the entire
All I can think of is Horcruxes, and those things never go quietly.
You just see Bo passing in the background,
think maybe
just like
this
with a
pick it up.
tender's amount of...
All right.
If things had really gone south, I was just going to use a fire cantrip and be like...
Yeah,
You know, I remembered why I think we used a spell magic with Magician's Judge with that bowl.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's try it again.
Yeah, let's try it again.
Wait, hold on one moment. Everybody except for Yasha gather around me, and I'm going to pull out a small glass bead and roll it in my hand 3 or 4, 5 times, and then pull my hands apart, and the bead floats between my hands, and then shatters, and a seemingly glass shimmering sphere forms that goes in 10 feet in every direction around me. This is globe of invulnerability.
Globe of invulnerability? Okay.
Yeah. So just I don't know if this is anything, but come closer, please.
I
As
just
you were, Yasha.
stick my foot out and scoop another firework into it. There we go.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
Explorers.
Here we go. Big one.
Plus D4?
Yeah, okay. That would be 23.
23, okay. As you all watch, Yasha takes a breath, holds the blade in front of her. And with expected but still incredible speed and might, she arcs down with a giant scream, and as it hits, there is a flash and spark. And there the blade sits atop an untouched orb that has been pushed about a half an inch into the wood.
Wow.
And as she pulls the blade back, it appears to be unscathed.
Whoa. Some things just can't be undone.
Yeah.
We have to find a way to destroy it, though. There's got to be a way.
Or lock it away, as Caleb suggested. I mean, we can always try and hit it harder, but you hit it pretty fucking hard.
I think the ball is the right plan.
We also have Vestarogna to seal it away or hide it or something.
I don't know if we can trust her with something this.
No,
not handing this. Keep it in the bag for now.
I'll put it back in the bag of holding. Thank you, Yasha.
Keep it in the bag for now.
Give it a good try.
Put it in the ball when it's time. Throw it into the astral sea.
I'm sorry, this is the second time this has happened. I need to close the chapter on a few things before it endangers us a third time. Not sure how or when, but I'll try.
I have a feeling an opportunity will present itself.
Yeah, now we know for now. Put it in that bag. That should do for now. Short term.
In the beginning, when she came over the deck, she wasn't even focused on the cloven crystal. She was trying to pull me. I would love to think that was just the personal side of her trying to get vengeance or payback. I just can't put myself in a bag of holding.
Do you think Ukatoa will come after you?
It certainly feels that way. We'll think about it another time. We have things we need to do, and perhaps that we can make Vestaragna aware of, just that there are outside parties looking, and we'll try to be more careful.
Odds are good that Ukatoa won't come like today, probably. So we probably...
He's still sealed away.
He
has to have people doing things for him, and you killed his, top henchman.
We've done it once before. There was not a second attempt the first time, so I would assume we have some time.
In the meantime, if you want, you can have this. Caleb holds up the medallion that he wore for so long.
Oh, is that the no scrying?
Yeah.
Correct.
No,
I haven't been wearing it for weeks.
Why?
We're traveling with Vestaragna.
It's time to put it away. It's been extraneous for a very long time. If they wanted to kill me, they could have looked for one of you. The moment that I decided to hitch my wagon to the Mighty Nein, this became obsolete. But not so for your scaly friend, perhaps?
He's right.
It's a good idea.
Think about it, and I throw it.
I catch it. I'll take it.
He misses. It falls over the deck.
Oh, shit.
I turn into a squid.
I know how much this meant to you. It's basically a part of you. It feels strange to have changed places with you in some small way.
I resented it as well. So, careful.
I'll put it on. Okay. Do I need to attune to it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's the thing.
Yep, water on. The water on. Hold on.
Water
I'm gonna run go get
the
kettle.
tea.
Okay, as you head down to begin to prepare tea, you can see sitting at a table beneath the decks, currently enjoying a cup of tea already prepared for herself as Lady Vestaragna.
I had special stuff, but I'm glad you got into that already.
Oh, my apologies. Am I to hear that you've already had quite an adventure?
That is a long conversation, but yeah, it seems to have turned out all right.
That is why I hired you. Very good.
We come with some baggage on occasion.
Don't we all?
We handled it.
Don't we all? And she gets up and takes the tea cup for herself and gives a nod and walks back to her chambers.
You see what we're drinking later and you want some, just you're fine. Okay. I'm going to run up and give everyone hot water cups.
Yay.
I was going to save this for later. I have more, but I figured we're celebrating. This was a good day, technically. I pull out these little dark brown, muddy-looking stones that are speckled with color. And I pop one in everybody's hot water cup. And they begin to dissolve, and tiny little marshmallows pop out. It's hot chocolate. When we went to get some, I just had to buy it. I bought
hot chocolate bombs?
I've got a bunch of them. I spent a gold on this stuff. I got some tea too, but I was like,
Oh my god.
This is the most amazing thing you've ever done.
only when we do really good stuff, okay? This is
It changes, it keeps going, and then all the
Got a little
marshmallows
fizz
came.
to it. Yeah, there's a bunch of different flavors. I got a variety pack.
Let's play the manga every day.
Well, let's not. But yeah.
Because I have too many instances, it's a celebration. I go to the bow of the ship and pop up a few. Oh, jeez. And I light them. Just have a little cruise ship and hot chocolate.
As you guys look over, and because it is still while the storm itself has somewhat lessened, it's less majestic fireworks, more like muffled bursts and flashes of color in the above clouds and fog, but it's still very beautiful.
Very
French.
Might as well keep up and
While you're shooting them off, too, Caleb's got his hot chocolate just like on one finger, and he's just reliving his C-Rex moment, going like.
All right. Enjoying your day of celebration, you continue for the rest of the day's travel without issue. Let's see how we can do for the rest of this journey. Are you still rolling a d10?
I'm not rolling those anymore.
Come on, Captain.
Come on, Captain.
Yeah, you are. We're on the open sea.
Come on, Captain.
Can't roll a 1 again, right?
If you roll the 1 10, does that mean we have to fight Montica?
You'll find out what happens if you roll the same number.
Now one is Deshilla.
We were talking about.
No,
It's just the Ocean Rogues Gallery just coming back.
Listen, motherfucker. If you want to be the only D10 in this tray, don't fuck me. 7.
Hey, that's good.
7.
Lucky 7.
The next day is a fair day's travel. Without issue, you progress onward, unattacked by terrifying entities from beneath the waves.
Yes.
With only 5 days left of your journey, go ahead and roll for the next day.
5 days left.
3.
3. Clear weather and an exuberant crew make for rapid time. -1 day to your journey, so you actually make 2 days of travel
Make up some time.
on that journey. Make up a little bit of time.
Nice.
Okay.
I'll attune to the amulet and I'll take off the Ring of Fire Resistance.
That you just bought?
Yeah, priority.
Proud of you.
Well, we'll switch them up when we get to land.
Does your Mariner's Armor require attunement?
It does not. I have a Cloak of Protection, the Ring of Fire Resistance, and the Star Razor.
Fair enough. Yeah, that doesn't. Okay. So 3 more days of travel.
Okay.
If anyone else wants to accomplish anything before...
I'm going to try to sweet talk some of the crew into giving me... Are there cannons on this ship? Or is it just the ballista?
It's just the ballista. There are no cannons.
Forget it.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna spend one of those days I'm gonna scry on Molly again.
Okay.
Oh, I'm finishing out I can't remember if I did or not, all my spell scroll homework. So I've absorbed 2 spells in this.
Oh, and I
You have enough time to do that without issue, yeah.
Oh my god.
As you attempt to...
I just remembered Sprinkle was in my hood.
I feel like Sprinkle was back in the boat the whole time. I don't think.
Did we say he was on the boat?
I think so.
Maybe at the last second you just hucked him back on deck.
The water is 2 degrees Celsius.
To be fair, underwater breathing can be on up to 10 people, so...
I mean, otter pops are really good.
Oh my god.
Let it be now.
Let's say for the purposes of the narrative. Sprinkle, not being a fan of the cold ocean, leapt from your shoulders before you leapt overboard.
I like it.
Okay.
Never return.
So, in concentrating and sitting below decks, setting up your ritual to reach out to the whereabouts of Malimok and focusing the traveler comes, or tagging, kind of
Sprinkler's
taking your hands.
Sitting in the corner going, fuck you. The whole time I'm...
You're just like, You focus for a moment, and the path is cloudy. And after a few seconds further pushing, there is resistance, and the traveler whispers in your ear, "Terribly sorry, dear. It seems that he's a bit slippery today."
Oh no. Do you think he's onto us?
I couldn't tell you that. But do know that divination does not always succeed. Okay. Magic is imperfect at distances, but perhaps another day.
All right.
Okay, so roll for the next day, Captain, or somebody else if they'd like to.
Always, Captain. Do it, Captain.
Always.
Tusk tooth.
Flipper. 6.
We've done that one before.
As you guys continue on in this day, one of the individuals off the side of the ship begins to call, Captain! Captain, there's something in the water! And they all look over. All right, man the ballista. Something's following.
Shit.
Something's following?
Yeah.
I'll run up to the stern of the ship.
You glance over and you can see they're pointing off to the side, maybe about 60 or so feet in the water. There is something large, about 10 feet below the surface, that is just swimming alongside. It's causing a slight bow in the water surface, and there is a bit of a trail behind it left in its wake.
Couldn't be. Caduceus!
Yeah.
Come take a look, please.
Well, that's weird.
What do you think that is?
Some sort of weird rise in the water?
Yes, no, I gathered as much. What do you think is causing it?
You want to roll a perception check?
Sure. Give myself advantage because, I can. I'm taking my time.
Taking my time.
That's terrible. 18.
18?
18's terrible for me.
It's not hiding itself. You can't make out all the details of it, but you can see what looks to be like a dull gray mass that is swimming in pace with the ship. You can kind of make out some of the shape. Make a nature check for me.
Ooh, this will go poorly.
Dull gray.
Dull gray man.
14. 14. You have no idea what the hell this thing is.
It's a big... It's just pacing us. It doesn't seem to be...
At the moment, yeah.
All right, just keep an eye on it, I guess, and...
You can see they're like shifting the ballista over to that side of the ship, and they're starting to get it mounted up and ready to fire in its
Captain,
direction.
if I could ask, is your intention to fire while being unprovoked, or only if it attacks?
Rightly so. We're going to go ahead and make sure it does not make any aggressive actions without retaliation. We're just keeping an eye.
Fair enough.
How big of a is it?
From what you can tell, it's probably about 15 to 20 feet from side to side, and close to 50 to 60 feet front to back.
Oh my God! What is that?
Can I call out to it?
A whale.
Sure. What do you say?
Oh, why are you following us?
No, I can do it. It'll actually... Hey, do you need anything? Are you all right? It can understand me, so I figure...
As you shout, make a persuasion check.
13.
13, okay. It begins to breach the surface, and as you see, the upper part of its body, the dull gray coloration is actually a thick scaled hide over what looks like some sort of a humped shoulder bit. You can see these heavy flippers that kind of push through. In fact, there are multiple sets, looks like 3 sets, 6 total large flippers that kind of start large at the back and slowly descend in size to the base. This almost plesiosaur type neck and head begins to emerge from the top. You have not seen a creature like this before. You can roll a nature check if you'd like.
Okay. Ooh. A 19. I've seen something like this in my storybooks.
This is a cetus.
It's a cetus.
They are an extremely rare sea creature that it's rare to the point where it's largely used as a myth to scare sailors, to warn people of territorial beasts that live in the furthest off parts of the ocean. They are territorial, and this one appears to have some sort of an albino coloration to it, as its eyes are a bright pink red. And as its head kind of emerges and looks up in your direction, you can see it kind of glances up at you with a hint of intelligence, though you're uncertain of its intent.
Do we have anybody who can talk? We're gonna see if you need anything. We're gonna try and figure out if we can understand you. Give us a second. Is any?
Do I remember in my storybooks what it likes to eat or anything?
You're not terribly certain. You're able to. Unfortunately, with that roll, you're not able to pick up the specific details of a creature like this's lifestyle. You just know what it is.
Okay.
It's rare enough to the point where you'd have to roll higher to know that information.
Caleb is going to pull out his raven's feather and cast fly and fly out maybe 40 or 50 feet above the water.
Okay. The head kind of traces you as you get close, and you hear this dull, rumbling gurgle that sounds like a growl.
I'm going to attempt to polymorph myself into it.
Okay. Okay. Above it?
No. Space, so that I could, swan dive maybe 50 feet away from it. I'm not trying to body
So you
slam it.
polymorph into it. Much like the whales in Hitchhiker's Guide, you just plummet from the air for a second before sploosh. Not quite as horrible of an impact as in Hitchhiker's, but you hit the water and watch as the creature kind of bows pace suddenly and kind of turns the head.
So we can talk. Hold on.
I start to visually flirt.
Okay. Its first action is defensive.
Territory.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okay, I'm going to try to just roll over in the water.
Correct. The charisma bonus on this is a +1.
You show your belly?
Yeah, like Sprig.
Pod.
I don't know what the bonus would be, but I rolled a 10.
Okay, a 10. A 10 will not incite aggressive action. Okay. It is no longer chasing the boat, but it is kind of looking towards you and keeping a distance, and is now in the process of kind of gauging what you are here to do. Roll a d20 and add 2 for your perception check with it.
20, dirty 20.
With that, you notice below the water, near it, 2 smaller forms. Similar coloration, but no more than maybe 10 feet across, 25 foot in length. You get the sense that this is a mother.
So I'm not going to get any closer. I'm going to stay the same distance away, but I'm going to try to swim playfully around the family.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, the indication is that I'm being silly as a creature with them.
All right. The mother appears untrusting, but is not taking it as an aggressive action. Interesting point between your physicality and the physicality of this creature. It appears more sallow.
Sallow?
Than you.
Oh, okay.
Sallow. Thin.
Yeah.
Gaunt.
Oh, it's hungry.
And based on the proximity to the ship and the arrangement of this pod, you gather their interest with the large moving barge of a ship that you are currently riding on is because they're looking for food.
Okay.
Can I kick off any bit of the mage body into the water? Did we already do that?
That's been food? They didn't leave that on there for 3 days. That is.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
3 days.
Like that'll come in handy later. That's already been thrown into the water. And for that purpose, the only person that knows of this creature's current intent would be Caleb. So you would have to convey that to the party. You guys right now are just kind of watching as the ship is making more distance between you and the creature, and Caleb just kind of hoping that this doesn't go poorly.
So if I'm in this thing's form, am I able to communicate then?
You can certainly try.
So I'm going to try to say, hungry, 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 hungry.
It responds to a series of clicking and deep gurgling, kind of rattling sounds from within its throat. And you interpret it to mean, yes, but why do you help?
I will roll a couple flips in the water and smile as this creature's version of smiling. And try to say wait through gurgle.
Its head cocks to one side. The children now emerge for air. They're kind of And the mother takes one of the heavy flippers at the front and kind of pushes them to the back to kind of keep them protected, and just kind of head cocks to the side against one more. She's waiting.
So I'll crest to the surface and my head comes up and I swivel around and look for the big pink cow guy that I kind of remember and know.
Okay.
And I'll gurgle at Caduceus and try to communicate.
I can't understand.
Hungry.
I don't know what you can understand me, but I. Can you mime it or? Oh, food. What do you eat?
Back to the family.
Are they hungry?
I think.
I suppose I could summon a greater demon for them to chew on.
You'd have to kill it first, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, the Bulgura doesn't really swim. I mean, yeah, they'd have to kill it first, yes. But just drop it in the water.
You do recall from previous experiences in which demons you've killed and or summoned and died, their bodies quickly turn to an ashy sludge and or burn away.
Yeah, but we could swim away in that time.
We did buy a bunch of fancy rations for ourselves. We've probably eaten half of them. But we could just dump the
create
rest.
food and water for ourselves and give them the tasty stuff we bought.
We bought mostly fish, I think.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm gonna grab some of my fish.
Would you know what you want to eat anyway?
Yeah, let's toss some fish. Oh, why don't you just paint?
Pastry!
Oh, I was just gonna say paint.
I don't know
Paint a
if
giant
they'll survive
fish.
the water.
Huh?
I think if they get wet, they're no longer pastries.
Well, I'm gonna try to throw it so they'll catch it.
They're not.
Like ducks out of the lake.
Ducks actually shouldn't eat bread. That's bad for. Oh.
The Caleb Cetus is like 1950s
really bad.
synchronized swimmer, like just swimming back and forth and between the ship and this family, just to keep things light and friendly.
Okay,
not good for ducks.
There's nothing that calms a nervous mother like an erratic man.
Not right on top of it. I'm like 70 or 80 feet away from it.
I want to play with your kids.
So as you throw some of these pastries into the water and they impact the icy surface, you watch as the two children slowly begin to pull away from the mother who allows them to, and they kind of snap them up from underneath.
And then some fish. Some of my fish that I bought.
Okay.
Try a couple fish first. They don't know if they eat them. Okay.
They go right for the fish.
Hey.
And the mother seems to react to the introduction of fish to this arrangement and begins to shift over in the direction. The boat has slowed down at this point as the captain's kind of seeing what you're doing.
They like fish.
Let's dump all of our food.
It will take pretty much all of your rations to try and feed this family because they're big creatures, but you will be out of food for the rest of this journey.
Okay, we'll lure them in and then we'll eat them. That'll be great.
I have my boba within my form right now.
Can we summon any fishies or anything? I don't have create food today.
No, we'd have to eat today, but I could have it tomorrow. It does burn one of us will burn a spell slot. That's okay.
Is there anything else they want? I really like them.
I think most of our food is.
The crew's not going to give up their food.
I'm gonna hold out a fish, and I wanted to take it from my hand so I can pet it.
Okay, it is. Actually, the children would be too small, but make a persuasion check for the mother. Actually, no, make this animal handling. That's what this would be.
Yeah, even better.
Remember the dinosaur movie Baby from the 80s?
Ooh. 21.
As the children are now below making these strange sounds, the mother kind of swims up alongside the slow ship. The head rises up and comes face eye line with you, and the head is about 7 to 10 feet from edge to edge. The eyes are bulbous at the top just based on the proximity and the perspective that you have as a much smaller creature. And as it comes up, suddenly these two slits in the front of the nose kind of sniff towards the fish, and as it does, you feel your hair kind of towards it. You hold the fish out, the mouth kind of opens, and you can see rows and rows and rows of jagged, sharp teeth.
Why aren't you getting enough food right now?
Kind of lets you pet the nose a bit. Do you give the fish?
Yeah.
You throw the fish, and it touches the tongue, and as soon as it does, the jaw slams shut in a way that causes the air to blow your hair the other direction for a second, and you're like, okay, glad you didn't pet that creature's tongue. Yeah. It accepts it, It seems disappointed with the volume of what it was fed, but it accepted it. So,
Oh, man.
what do you do?
Oh, it's what we got. Hope you
Bye.
hope you're gonna do okay. We appreciate you letting us pass through here.
So you're gonna keep your food and keep going?
No, we should dump. I
We
want to
give
dump
up a
all
lot
of our
food.
rations.
We'll do create food and water for ourselves.
Okay.
So giving up all the purchased rations.
Right. To feed these, it will take all of your rations. So you'll be left with only the ability to feed yourselves. You will not eat for the remainder of the day, and you will have to subsist on spells for the next length of the journey. And you're okay with that?
I got
Yeah.
boba.
We'll kill
You got
something
boba.
if you need.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
the
okay.
crew kind of stands at first aghast, though a few of them seem to be like, this is adorable, but stupid non-sailors. Watch you shovel all of your fine purchased food from Palebank Village into the mouth of this mother and into the ocean around for the children to eat until you are out of your reserves. But seemingly sated and appreciative, the creatures eventually peel off and then move to the front of the ship. And the captain, after a while, is like, they want us to follow them.
I think so.
I suppose, I guess so. So, in following the creatures, it leads them through some of the tougher ice fields here and cuts a day off the journey.
Nice.
That's how it's done.
Which brings it to one more day. Roll for the final roll.
One more day.
As you wake up the following morning, they have left, but you've made some time back on the trip.
Yes.
They'll come back. They like us a lot.
Do you want create food and water, or should I take create food and water?
8.
8.
You should. The
Uh,
answer
you
is
you hit the ice channel that they were trying to help you avoid. It does slow you for one further day, but only one more day. So make one more roll.
One day.
One more.
Another roll, another.
Just be a dickhead.
Come on.
8.
What is it? What
Is it a one?
It's a 10.
Oh,
A 10?
that's good.
The extremes are not good.
A strong, chilled wind and ocean flow pushes in your favor. You actually, your 2 days of the journey are taken away from it, but so with smooth sailing, you actually in half a day's travel,
For day.
watch as the ice fog begins to pull away, and one of the members of the crew at the front goes, "Captain! Land ho!" The bell goes off, ding, ding, as you all begin to gather at the front of the ship. You can see the icy coastline in the dark, clouded midday fog as it peels away, your vision being able to see not just the edge of the water in front of you that has kind of dragged you along this journey for the better part of 2 weeks, but you can see dozens of orange glowing dots that signify the torchlight in the windows of the ramshackle fort that greets you, known as Balin Post. 10-foot walls of frozen logs form around the perimeter, while a small gate marking the seaside entrance sits there, where a small set of docks await the arrival of your massive ship. Nearing the end of the waters, you feel the entire boat lurch as it makes an impact with the ice wall cliff and begins to nestle itself against the dock side. The crew begins to gather their supplies as anchors are dropped. And as you look over the edge, you can see the somewhat threadbare crew that mans this side begins to swell. As you glance up, and Vestarogna stands there on the deck, and she's doing this with her fingers. And as you glance directly above her, you can see a conjured illusion of the green tri-diamonds that marks the symbol of the Cerberus Assembly. And that's where we're going to go ahead and end today's episode.
All right.
We'll pick up next week with the arrival at Balin Post and your true arrival at Islecross.
What?
We made it, no problem.
Wow.
No problem.
We got cool toys too. We haven't even done object identifying anything fancy.
Yeah, I've got
That's
that
true.
candy corn on a string.
Alrighty.
Wow.
Hey Travis,
All right.
Wait, I would have done that. I absolutely would have done that. What's the candy corn?
The candy corn meaning
The crystal, the orange crystal.
the crystal and the dagger.
Oh, that the mage had?
Right, so
100% would have done that.
so the orange crystal is a rough divining stone. It is affixed to a specific object, but it has to be of the essence of the creator. Meaning you can't use it to find anything. It's generally used to discover things that once belonged to the owner. It's not a specific spell that is like crafted. This is older and more primal, if that makes any sense. Okay. And the enchantment is oddly vague, but it makes sense given the more primal and ancient force that perhaps gifted this to the entity that clutched it where you met on the deck of the ship.
And do I deduce that it was attuned to, or was
attuned
in an effort to find the cloven crystal?
Correct, and was attuned to the crystal.
Yeah. Cool.
So it helps you, what you do, I will say, because of your intelligence, you do discern. You know what? Actually, roll an investigation check for me.
Investigation, you say? Yes. 27.
You deduce based on the arrival, the crystal, and how easily you've traveled on land and parts of land without this sort of influence. This is attuned specifically to the cloven crystal and only seems to have an effect when its proximity is near large bodies of water. And you deduce that seemingly their focus is more on the crystal and the ability to follow the crystal than to follow Ford.
Pretty cool.
And you wanted to look up what the dagger was as well?
Well, yeah, I would have looked at those, even though you said that the runes or the filigree or whatever had disappeared. I would still go to the effort.
The rapier is just the rapier. The whatever enchantment there was not within the actual object, but instead was a boon granted from an outside force that transformed the rapier while in the hands of its wielder. Not unlike the falchion that was once wielded by Ford. The dagger, however, retains its enchantment and is a nasty, wicked-looking thing. You identify that?
Yeah.
That is referred to as the dagger. Here. There you go. Where did I put the sheet? Here. There it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Damn it. Sorry. Just a moment.
I mean,
vanish on it and.
I have another question.
If I recall, Whisper was found on a ship anyway.
I can't find the object itself right now, but I can look it up right now in D&D Beyond on my homebrew collection. So give me just
I believe Whisper was found on a sunken ship, or someone sank a ship getting it.
It's called the Core Cut Dagger.
Core Cut.
And it is within your D&D Beyond if you want to look up the specifics of it, but it is a dark metal blade that is wicked and hooked curve that is cold to the touch. Has a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. And when you hit with an attack made with the weapon while attuned, you can expend a hit die to deal an additional 3d6 necrotic damage.
Whoa. How do you spell core cut?
C-O-R-E.
C-O-R?
Core cut, yeah.
Oh, found it.
That's cool.
3d6 is no joke.
But you have to spend a hit dice to do that ability each time.
Oh, interesting. Oh, wow.
Mean.
So, those items are at your disposal. And we'll pick up as you arrive here at Balin Post.
Exciting.
Next week. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have a wonderful week. We love you very much, and is it Thursday yet?
Yeah!